So, just want to remind everybody again, we have our next event. Um, we'll have a couple of artists on in a little bit, and again, our Saturday coaching, which is normally just a group event, is going to get moved to the stage channel. So if you haven't submitted already, pieces for critique, make sure you email coaching@nma.art. And we're about to have a figure drawing session. So y'all draw, make sure that whatever you complete, share your work with us. Make sure to tag at New Masters Academy in hashtag Path to Mastery. All right, here we go.
Can you see it full screen?
I can see it. I see the full screen. Yes. All right, Dylan, I'm gonna hop off now. So. All right. Hello, everyone. All right. So we are about done with the figure drawing session. So I just want to say, please share any and all drawings with us. Make sure you tag add New Masters Academy on Instagram or TikTok or Twitter or Facebook, and also make sure you use the hashtag Path to Mastery. All right, soon enough, in the next 5 minutes, we're gonna have Laura Sonic to come on. Really? I'm sorry. I guess it was so chill that. Okay. Anyways, so in 5 minutes, we're gonna have Laura Sonic, who is one of our group coaches and private coaching instructors. She is also the club leader for the Empowering Women Through Art Club and a fine art painter and a fantastic, fantastic artist. And as we prepare for the next event, just a reminder for those tuning in on YouTube only, make sure that you check out our Discord server. The Discord server functions as our digital campus. Basically, you get to talk to other students, coaches, other instructors, as well as getting access to the Drawing One course, which is completely free, and you have interactive critique as well as all the events and clubs that we have throughout the month. We have Master Mondays, Figure Fridays. We have projects and critique days. We also have club events like watching movies. Um, if you're a landscape painter, you'll be able to meet other fellow landscape painters. We have an anime club, our history and appreciation club. So yeah, don't hesitate. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't hesitate to come on up on the Discord server, introduce yourself, and meet some really cool folks. We also do Dungeons and Dragons, and we have a tabletop RPG club. We got it all. So, um, all right, I'm gonna invite Laura up to speak.
Great.
Hey,
Yep.
Laura.
It looks like your camera is in a loading loop. That might just be me though.
No, it says loading. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, turning it off and then trying it again might help.
Alrighty, friends. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you,
Sweet.
but your camera is not on right now.
It says I am denied for personal reasons.
So you might want to. You're on a Mac, is that right?
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Oh,
there we
thank
go.
God.
There we go.
All right,
There we go.
sweet.
Awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for the intro, Dylan and Manny. It is an honor to be with you guys this evening for this excellent event. I recognize a lot of the names in the audience this afternoon. But for those of you who don't know, I am a visual artist. I've been practicing for the last 8 years. And I graduated with my master's at the age of 22. I specialize in painting and portraiture painting specifically. And it has been such an honor to be able to work with New Masters Academy over the past, like, I want to say 8-ish months, somewhere in that time frame. I've had the pleasure of teaching at different institutions, some in person and some online as well. And this is one of the broadest, most comprehensive programs that I've ever seen in terms of fostering the visual arts and realism as well. So I'm so excited. I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, we're happy to have you.
In terms of professional background, thank you, Dylan. In terms of professional background, um, I've worked as a gallery manager. I've worked for Delta Airlines. I've worked for Woodmark Corporation, which owns the largest retail franchise in the United States. In terms of like they own like a whole bunch of different branches. We don't really need to go into that, but it is possible. It's very possible to have a career in the arts and to do what you love. So, with that being said, oh yeah, I do have a thing about ugly babies too. So please, if you have a picture of an unfortunate looking child, I would very much like to see it. I'm very passionate that not all babies are beautiful, but they are all interesting to look at in one way or another. So, yeah, with that being said, I'll open it up for Q&A.
Great. Yeah, everybody, you can put your questions in the chat and ping me with whatever you'd like to ask. We have a question from Manny right now, actually. Your work is primarily portraiture. What appeals to you about portraits?
Ooh. I would say the human connection for sure. I'm especially interested in unflattering angles of the human face, distortions, contortions, all that good stuff. There's such a broad and beautiful history for portraiture throughout human expression as a means to preserve an image, elevate an individual. I mean, you think about the Renaissance and how the church really basically was the the biggest supporter of the arts, and how it was used to really show the person of Christ and the biblical scenes and things like that, was used to really foster this human connection. I like things that are weird and uncomfortable. In my undergraduate, there were lots of beautiful drawings and portraits of women, and that was probably the most popular way to go about it. And to me, that isn't as honest as the unusual and the bizarre. You know, someone's halfway through a sandwich and they look up and you you lock eyes with them. That to me is those strange interactions that are so beautiful and so human that are interesting to me.
All right. I have a question for you. What's a typical day in the life of an artist like for you?
I've been working freelance since I graduated from college. So I would say in the life of a typical artist, like, do I have other obligations or can I do whatever I want?
It's up to you. You can say what a day, like an art day for you, would be like.
Art day. Oh, that's great. So I like to work on a couple different pieces at the same time. So normally I'll start my day by toning a canvas just to get like motion and arm movement going. That way you're not as stiff. It's like a nice way of like opening up the body, you know, thinking about other things, drinking coffee. If you spill on a canvas that you're toning, it's a bummer, but it's not as big of a thing. And that's like a really nice way to kind of open up the day for me. And then normally after that, I'll continue working on usually a piece that I started a while ago. I'm trying to kind of work through, and then um, usually take a break for snacks. Very important to have a break for snacks while you're creating, or just to get
Very
out and
important.
and look at something else too. Um, I've noticed that in my own creative personal journey, if I stop, or if I excuse me, if I keep like plowing through without taking breaks, even if it's a really engaging piece for me, I'll get a lot of tunnel vision and I'll miss things. And then when you do eventually take that break and come back, it's a lot more fixes than, you know, regularly scheduled little intervals to literally just like turn around and stare at the wall behind me. And that is my perfect day. That is my ideal day.
Great. Jess had a question to add to that. How structured would you say your schedule for art is?
To be quite honest with you, I wish it was more structured. Right now, working as an independent creative, I'll have like 4 days out of the week that are slams, and then 3 days, you know, 2 to 3 days, depending, to really be able to like work on my artistic practice. I wish it was more regular every day. That's my goal moving forward. But I would say having an accountability partner has been really helpful for me, and I live with mine. He's my husband, and he's he's also an artist as well, so he understands that it's not a hobby. It's not something that, um, for us, I would say the process of creation is just as important as eating, doing the laundry, um, you know, getting gas, committing arson, all that good stuff. It lines up in terms of the really really important things that need to happen throughout the day. Uh, so yeah,
Great.
having someone to yell at you kindly is really, really important.
A gentle yelling.
Exactly, a gentle yelling.
Steven wants to know what the best snack for art is, in your opinion.
Ooh. I think grapes personally. I always think of
It's a good choice.
I just really like grapes. I like Caravaggio's grapes. I like the way that he painted them specifically. I feel like it's like a classic artistic snack. Yeah,
All right.
that's the first thing I thought of.
Just grapes.
And yes, it totally
Um,
counts if you drink them. 100%. That's better.
Manny wants to know, do you listen to music while you work, and what's your favorite music to listen to while working if you do?
Yes, absolutely. And I've had lots of teachers and lots of creatives that I worked with that this is a really polarizing um, issue for them, just because there is this thing sometimes when you're tuning in and listening to music where the rest of your brain doesn't fully wake up. And so you can get into this thing where you're so busy jamming out and enjoying yourself that your process either gets slowed or you start to miss things. For me, I typically am so intent on making something, and it's such an intense process that I need to calm down in some ways, which is funny. Even after X amount of years creating artwork, it's still like that. I still almost get like I don't want to get like shaky. I don't know if that's the right word because it sounds like I have some kind of medical condition, and I don't think it's that. But I get really torqued up about what I'm going to make and if it's going to turn out, and all these other things. And so having some external stimuli is really helpful. Anything with a really strong beat, anything with a really, really good, like, I love music with words specifically for that reason too, because it kind of takes me out of my own head a little bit. So Eminem, number one in terms of painting. I've never had an issue
All
with
right.
Eminem.
Marion would like to know, she says, you have a dramatic color palette. What influences the colors that you pick?
I used to focus exclusively on complementary color palette relationships. and it just started like ramping up in terms of in terms of chromasticity is not the word, but in terms of palette chroma, where they just get brighter and brighter, and you stop like diluting them with other pigments and things like that. And so over time, I found I was so engaged with the color paired back to the expression that I tried to do a lot more color research than I'd ever done before. There's a book called The Secret Lives of Color that's really kind of a fun, easy way to get introduced to the history of colors in like a really palatable, beautiful way. I'll pop that in the chat really quick. But yeah, it's The Secret Lives of Color, and that was made me think a little bit more about the history of color, color relationships, and how really, if you pair two colors that traditionally fight, it can add such a beautiful layer of emotion to a piece. So
Is it by Cassia St. Clair?
Yes, yes. Yep,
okay, I have a link here.
So again, this is not going to be a purely academic approach to color and color relationships, but it's a really interesting, she has really interesting like historical bits, and she talks a little bit about how colors have the associations that they have, where they came from, and she just talked about pigment in there too, which is really fun. So I just lent that out to a friend the other day, and I really miss it now because I kind of want to use it for a piece that I want to start over the weekend. So guard it jealously. Don't let anyone borrow your art books unless you know where they live. It's a good life lesson.
All right. Wiggly would like to know, what are some of the key artistic influences that have shaped your style and approach to painting, especially in relation to your use of complementary colors and pop culture?
I would say my mentor, Ella Bartoshuk, was a huge influence for me because she really taught me how to mix paint in a way that brought forth like their true potential in terms of clarity. She was one of the first mentors that I had that was asking me why I was using brown so much, if it was if I wasn't interested in pursuing like this old master style of painting. And it's interesting because you get into kind of these ruts of thinking about the process of creation in such a very specific way. Like I've always used this paint, I've always used burnt umber. I'm going to put it on my palette and use it in some way, even if the composition and the palette and the general vibe of the painting is going in a completely different direction. So she would be one of my key influences for sure. In terms of like the breadth of art history, Jenny Savile is a huge favorite of mine because again, she explores like the beautiful grotesque, the unusual. She does a lot with expressions that are non-traditional that I find just truly outstanding. And it's really wonderful to see a female artist too with her level of success in the contemporary art world as well. So she's a huge inspiration. In terms of artists that have helped me personally on my artistic journey, which is a little different than the question that you asked, but Renee Wang, for sure, who's an incredible instructor here at New Masters Academy. We went to school at the same time, and she has one of the most refined eyes I've ever seen for color relationships. And particularly with different lighting scenarios, she's just bananas. It has been such a pleasure to learn from her. I still send my stuff to her, asking for opinions and help, and she really is just an incredible. She just has such. I feel like she put in her 10,000 hours already, and it's just so nice to be able to like siphon off some of her knowledge and ask her for help. I love her courses. I've taken the fundamentals of observational drawing as a warm up, kind of like a refresher, and it's just awesome. So
yeah. That's a great class. The next
drawing
question is from me.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is sort of a question that has been asked to everybody today, so I was just curious your take on it.
Okay.
Have you ever been influenced or inspired by other mediums to create art? And the biggest example that we saw today was music. So I was just curious if music has ever inspired you to make art or influenced your art in any way.
Oh, totally. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we live in such an like a cross-pollinated like artistic society right now. It's just great. You've different art forms coming in from every different angle. I would say without music, I would have a much more difficult time creating. Um, I was trying to think about my spouse and I were talking the other day about how we have all of these resources and all of this knowledge, and we have electricity and we have plumbing, and nothing that we've done has ever even come close to the stuff that we see in the museums from, you know, again, Caravaggio has been on my mind lately, but he's so great. And you think about, we don't even have to crush our own pigments anymore. Anyway, that wasn't your question. I am very inspired by food as well. I think food is an art form in and of itself. And I worked in the restaurant industry to get through all of my higher academic and college years, and so I have a huge appreciation for. I mean, food in and of itself is just an intense art form. I love to eat it. I love to look at it. I went through a period of painting food for a really long time, and so that was probably the most direct link that I could think of a different artistic practice that really inspired me. There's another one that I'm trying to think of that is escaping me at the moment. Not food, it's not music. If it comes up later, I'll just scream really loudly and tell you what it is, and then we can move on.
Great. Jess would like to know, what are your favorite ways to get warmed up?
Ooh, toning canvases for sure. Sharpening pencils is a great one. It's one of my personal favorites, sharpening charcoal pencils, because they can never be long enough or pointy enough. And it's a nice way, again, to get your arms moving and to be thinking about the artistic process without, kind of just jumping in like crazy. This is what works for me. Lots of gesture exercises is great, especially if you're working on a piece that's figure heavy. So I like to think of it as like, I talk about the third pancake a lot, and I do really love food. I'm also pregnant, so that's a big part of it as well. But it's the third pancake rule where like you kind of plan that the first two pancakes are gonna suck, and you're waiting for the third one. So as much as you can do to really warm up and get some of those early gestures out, just as an exercise, not to be finished, like drawing beautiful things. I think that's a really, really good exercise. I've had a lot of friends over the years who would meditate before they would start painting or drawing. So that's a really, really good one as well. Yeah, basically anything that I like to do. I mean, meditation is fantastic if you have the time for it, but if you're like a little bit crunched for time, stretching is really good too. And exercises,
Okay,
things like that. Yeah.
great. Congratulations, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we're really excited.
Yeah, everybody in the chat's really excited.
Yes, you all can pick the name. We're doing a blind. That's part of the raffle for today. So you can totally submit your favorite, and we'll go with whichever one. It is a girl, but I think Caravaggio would definitely work for that. So
Liz would like to know, what role does drawing play in your art life? Do you sketch for study or fun, or do you primarily operate in the realm of paint and color?
right now it's about equal, half and half. Drawing is the foundation of painting, so I think unless you keep your drawing skills fresh and keep them active as much as you can, even just with simple value studies, it improves your practice so much, especially over time. So keeping like both sides of that creative process active. Um, there's a quote that I really, really like, and I think it's ascribed to Joshua, where I believe this was a couple months ago, and it was something to the effect of painting is a really expensive way to learn how to draw. That's very true, because that's kind of the route that I took. And looking back now, I have such a great appreciation for drawing, and I try to keep it as active as possible. So half and half is what I would really in my personal practice, even though if someone would ask me, oh, what do you do? I would say, oh, I'm a painter, 100%. Drawing is the foundation of all of that. So I do lots of head studies before doing a painting. I'm doing one of my friend Augie right now, and so I've done, I don't know, 3 or 4 different drawings and different perspectives of his face to try to figure out beforehand. I like to have a shorthand in mind for very, since the human face is such an individualized thing, and I do want it to look like him. So, being familiar with where the cheekbones are lining up, where his ears are, he's got a massive beard. So, figuring out like the character of that before you start painting to me like quickens the process so much. And it typically cuts my time in half if I spend a lot of time with my subject doing sketching, color studies, value studies beforehand.
Great. What are some of your favorite materials to work with?
Specifically, the Vasari oil paint is my favorite. It's made by a family company out of New York, and it is like, I wish I could eat it. It's so smooth and it's so beautiful and it smells so good and the colors are so true. That's my favorite artistic medium. It's also probably one of the most expensive things I work with. They're really not giving that pigment away. But in terms of, color richness and I don't know, once you start painting with really, really nice stuff, it's so hard to go back the other way. Rosemary brushes are amazing as well. Faber-Castell is my favorite for any of the drawing materials. I just feel like they do a really nice job treating their graphite specifically. With charcoal, I've used General for a couple years, and I've kind of fiddled around with other things. I don't really have like a super favorite for charcoal at the moment, but yeah, rosemary for sure. Vasari paint, 100%.
Okay.
Oh, it's so good.
Jess has a question that's a follow-up to one that was asked earlier where you recommended a book. They'd like to know if you have any other great books that you recommend to help with painting.
Ooh. Painting specifically?
Doesn't have to be painting specifically, I guess.
No, that's great. There's one in particular that I'm thinking of. And it's more of an atelier approach to painting, but it's very color focused. And I'm like staring at my bookshelf trying to see if I could find it really quick because I was like a good visual and I can't remember what it's called. It's like Essentials of Painting, Essentials of Oh, it's so good. Okay, this is really gonna bother me. That's probably the one that I have on painting specifically. Most of my specific like oil painting knowledge, I would argue, has come from classes, and so I keep like a binder of class notes from specific teachers and things like that. Oh yeah, someone found the Vasari. It's so good. Yeah, no, I'm
And
sorry I
Jess
don't have a
added,
more concrete answer.
Jess added, and any drawing books that you recommend as well to help with painting.
Oh yeah, the one we talked about the other day. This is really sad. I'm convinced I don't know how to read. The Figurative Artist Handbook is fantastic. That's my favorite, and that's the one I use the most on a day-to-day basis. And that one is by, oh my gosh, I'm blind too. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, this is my most used art book. Thank you guys for holding. This is my absolute favorite of all time. It's so good. Robert Zeller. He breaks down the human form in such a beautiful way, in such a classical way too, that this has been the most helpful for me in terms of portraiture and figure drawing in a general sense. Yeah, it's awesome. Does not suck at all.
Jess says they're gonna pick that one up.
Yay! Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm kind of peeking through it. It looks like Manny grabbed it too, and and Steven. Yeah, it's the best. It's at least the best that I found. So there you go. But yeah, and
Great.
the other one will come to me in a dream, and I'll throw it in the Discord. I believe it's called Lessons in Classical Painting, and it's affiliated with an atelier. Oh, awesome! I found it. Okay, I'll drop it in really quick.
Great.
It is so good. But there you go. Yeah.
Great. Dimbia has a question. Do you ever hit a wall when working on a piece? If so, what are ways that you change your mindset to get the work done?
Oh, totally. I think that's a really, we've all hit that. That's a fantastic question. Normally, it depends on how long I've been working on a piece. If it's something where I'm realizing halfway through that I didn't plan it out properly, and I need to change a lot of stuff, I normally put it in timeout and start doing more studies, more like smaller color studies and things like that. If it's a question of changing the figure, changing the environment, or changing the color palette, or a combination of all three. There's sometimes I'll like hit a particular piece, and I have one in my studio right now that's being really funky, where I'm not sure quite what's happening with it. It's speaking a different language. It doesn't like me anymore, and it's been very, very difficult to work with. And so that's when you kind of have this like odd feeling that something really, really isn't working, and you can't tell what it is. Almost again like it's speaking a different language. So that's normally when I start calling art friends. The Discord's great for that too, in terms of getting just lots of eyes on something. Because normally it's a pretty easy or a pretty quick fix, but you're so used to staring at it and having it stare back at you that you don't notice its worth anymore. So that I would say is one of my favorite ways if I'm stuck, is just to get like a really quick critique. And normally too, anytime you really ask another artist for their opinion, they'll give it to you straight, and they'll normally give you like a decent amount of encouragement on the way in too. At least that's been my experience and something I've been really lucky to have. So it's nice to have like a little like spur to keep going again. I don't think there's any such thing as an unsalvageable painting. But there are themes too that sometimes evolve so much when you're painting them that it ends up being something totally different. And I am a big fan of not fighting your painting. If, again, your value range is good, your composition is strong, and you really have those two in place to give yourself the freedom to kind of let go a little bit and just make it whatever. I worked with the artist John Brosio, who's an incredible landscape painter. And one of the pieces of advice that he gave me that I loved is that when you get stuck, try to break your painting. I don't think he meant physically, that's not the way I took it. But his point was that you're not going to ruin anything. If you painted it once really well, you can paint it again really well. But if you're getting stuck and getting tighter and tighter, and the work is just getting kind of like out of hand, just break it. Paint over half of it. Paint over like 3/4 of it. Paint over the thing that you love the most in the painting, and then see where you are. Which is like such counter like advice to what you would normally think, but it's helped me so much. Especially his comment about painting over the thing that you love the most in the painting. Like if you, like for example, I thought I painted a really good hand. He's like, that's the first thing you get rid of. Paint over that thing and see what you're left with, because you're keeping like hold of this idea when in reality the rest of your painting sucks, and you're trying to salvage it for the sake of the hand. So get rid of the hand and then see what you can do about the rest of it. Yeah. So
That's
what
interesting.
I got for you. Yeah.
I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, it was a really nice way of looking at it. And again, if you painted something really well, or if you drew something really well, or if you sculpted something really well, you can do it again. You can absolutely do it again. Don't get so locked down in saving something just for the sake of saving it that your whole piece is weird and it haunts you at night. So
Yeah, that's really good advice. I'm gonna write that down.
yeah, no, he's a fantastic artist, and yeah, he's been I look to him as a huge inspiration because he has been practicing as a painter and been able to sustain his lifestyle for like the past 30 some odd years, which is really difficult to be able to do. So yeah, he's great. He's a lot with
Great.
dinosaurs.
I have a question for you actually. Do you have a sketchbooking practice? I know you mentioned earlier you like to draw things. Um, but I was just wondering if you keep a sketchbook and what you like to draw in there if you do.
I do. Yeah, I would say in my formal education, I was much better at keeping one. Right now, most everything that's in my sketchbook is really gross and intentionally so. It's like warm ups or ideas for paintings that once I sketched it out, I was like, that's dumb. I don't like that at all. And I'm no longer interested in that theme or that subject. So I do keep a sketchbook. Normally, it's used for, again, gross, weird drawings, concept things. There's lots of shorthand in there too, visually. So I think if anyone found it or looked at it, I think it's like, it's kind of like the lint trap. If like my brain is a dryer, it's definitely the lint trap. So it's an important part of making everything function, but it's not pretty at all, and it does need to be cleaned out quite regularly. So, yeah, I have a very ugly sketchbook in answer to your question.
Great. Horu would like to know how to approach likeness in portraits without without having to do some sort of hyperrealism.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I think that's wonderful. Some of my favorite painters, I would argue, from history. You think about Renoir, if you think about any of the Impressionists, and the Ashcan School is one of my favorites in terms of artistic movements in America. They did such a beautiful job of capturing personality without beating the likeness to death with a stick. Um, and I think that that's a very attainable thing to do. Again, the most important thing is having um, having the proportions be right on. Being able to measure proportion using whatever method you like to do. My guess is if you're not pursuing something hyper realistic, or excuse me, in the hyper realism scale, things like using a grid method, I would argue are geared a little bit more towards hyper realism, or they can be. So that might not be the best practice for you, but in terms of still making sure that all the elements on the face are hitting in the right spot proportionally will get you 90% of the way there. The last 10% is value. And then giving yourself a time limit. So once you have your initial sketch kind of figured out, you're confident that all of the eyeballs are where they need to be. You have your keystone area here articulated. You're showing, depending on what angle of the face you're doing, you have the cheekbones indicated, the nostril area, everything is sitting right. Give yourself a time limit for value, I would say, is probably the quickest way of doing it. Squint, get your darkest in first, build up gradually over time, and then depending on if you're drawing or if you're sketching, that kind of method of creating quickly would be the best way to do it. I'm a huge believer in time limits if you don't want to get stuck in rendering very, very tiny details that for you aren't as important as the general personality or the appearance of your subject, if that makes sense.
Great. Becca would like to know, how do you work through burnout and or artist block? They really struggle with it sometimes.
Oh, totally. Yeah, that I think every artist hits that. The idea, we talk a little bit about the Dunning-Kruger effect on the Monday sessions. And so you go through these periods of, again, it's particularly depending on what you're exposed to artistically, you go through these periods of like deep artistic depression where you see everyone around you and what they're making. And you're like, oh, I'm gonna go pass out in a hole for a while. nothing I do matters. go be a plumber. Which again, we need more plumbers, but that's not the point. Burnout. We're specifically talking about burnout and just lack of motivation, correct? The two
Yeah.
areas? No, those are the two hardest for me as well. So I want to answer this carefully. With burnout, I think one of the least helpful things for me is stopping the creative process entirely and taking a total break. It's very important to give yourself a break, but if you quit cold turkey, it's very easy to distract yourself with other things. And what you're learning and what you're struggling through, sometimes you'll lose part of that lesson if you just like hands off for a month or or 2 months. Again, this is contingent on you having perfect health, and it's not a medical necessity in any way. That's a very, very different thing. So I would say limiting your time, switching projects is huge, huge, huge help for, taking back on some of that burnout. Um, I had a student a couple years ago who was really struggling in his anatomy class, and he just like wasn't like he's getting really frustrated with everything, and understandably so. The human figure is a very complex thing, and I had like the feeling he was like maybe thinking about like ditching and trying something, or just kind of again quitting or taking an absent for the semester and whatnot. And so I was chatting with him after class, and I was like, "Well, what do you really like to do? What do you really, really like to do?" And he was like, "I don't really want to tell you." And I'm like, "Okay, we're getting into some weird territory, but no, please like share what you're comfortable with." And he's like, "Oh, well, honestly, like my favorite thing is anime." I was like, "That's awesome. Do that for the next week. We'll give you a break. Do anime for a while. Go back to the thing you really, really like to do. If you don't have time for it, bust out a whole bunch of those. I want to see those instead. Um, we'll figure out a way to build up your, week 7 lesson, week 8 lesson together. So you're not falling behind in the class and you're not missing out on information, but you need to take some time, I think, and go back and like refresh what you really love about the artistic process." And happily it worked. Anatomy was still not his favorite thing in the world, but he got through the class, and he no longer looked as upset, visibly upset in the course, because he just had a little bit of a bite of what he was missing. He was also pretty like he had stacked up a lot of classes, and he just didn't have time to do the thing he loved to do. So when I first started drawing, I loved illustration and I loved copying illustrations, and that's something that really helped me too. Is really just kind of going back, doing something that you can do that you like to do. That's easy. Kind of like restoring that confidence and moving forward. So that's what I got for you.
Yeah. Keeping a balance, I feel, is very important.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, especially if you're feeling like that intense burnout. The goat god is with us. I'm so sorry. I was just looking at the audience. That's amazing. I don't know who that is, but it's a fantastic Discord name. That's awesome.
Wiggly would like to know, how do you approach the creative process from conceptualization to execution when you're creating a new painting?
Like the simple breakdown.
Yeah, for you.
Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, it does change a little bit depending on size, scale, and time frame. I started planning out a diptych at the beginning of last summer. That's now like halfway through the creation process. So it kind of depends a little bit. I would say like on how much time. Sometimes if I just need to knock out a quick painting or I'm like really excited about something, I'll skip a lot of my steps. But if it's a really like personal project, I typically start with concept sketches first and composition sketches. And then based off of those thumbnails, normally I work from photo references a lot, so I'll do a photo shoot after that with my chosen subject or subjects interacting based again off of the chosen thumbnail. Normally there's some value studies before the images are taken as well, but I'm usually like a little bit more flexible with myself if there's a specific like lighting on the day of the shoot that really makes sense and it's different from what the value study was initially. It's really, really nice to be able to have that flexibility. And then after that, normally I'll import all of the images into Photoshop and see if there's either a more interesting amalgamation of faces and shapes and colors. And then based off of that, I'll throw all of it in black and white and squint and see if again that value structure still makes sense. One thing that I've had to become more aware of over time, especially after managing a gallery, is you really want to be really intentional about your values because that's what's going to make your work recognizable across a room. So, and that's something that for me artistically is really important to have like a recognizable, really clear, really interesting visual that someone's going to want to walk, 10, 20 feet over to go and look at. And I have some artists that are happy with devalued and, a little bit more monochromatic, muted, two value. Oh, what am I trying to say? There's nothing wrong with creating a quiet painting, but that's typically value is such a strong part of what I do that's really important. And then after that, again, once everything's in black and white and I've squinted at it, normally I'll leave it for a couple of days, come back and look at it again, and then I'll start to do color studies based off of those. And then I buy my canvases, and then I tone them, and then normally I'll just freehand the sketch over the top of it, double check it for a couple of days, rework it for a couple of days, and then just start painting. So my favorite part's at the end, but everything else for me is really important because, again, I'm the type of person that just wants to start painting right away, and if I don't think about things and how they affect the viewer, I end up wasting my own time basically. So the way I do it is not the way that everybody should do it, but it's been really helpful for me.
All right, great. Marion would like to know, if your work is based on the grotesque, how do you convince your models to show themselves in a non-flattering light?
Oh, I use myself a lot. It's the easiest one. I use my spouse a lot because he's also an artist. And then typically, um, I've gotten into a little bit of a weird spot with some of my friends if I've used, photos of them without permission. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I have a very close friend that I thought would be fine with it because she's so visually expressive, and when we'd hang out I'd just like snap a covert picture of her, and I've learned that is not the way to do it. So being very explicit before you paint something or someone has been really helpful for me because, again, for me, I really, 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 really love those unedited images and those unedited expressions, but not everybody loves them as much as I do. So yes, and I would absolutely love if you guys have ugly selfies. Or not ugly, but traditionally unflattering. We'll call them traditionally unflattering selfies. I would love to see them. Yeah, normally my painting friends get it, and they're very open about the process. And most of them have seen my weird work, and they're really comfortable with it. So artists are always they're the best pool. Artists and family are the best pool to draw from, although family can get fussy too. So
Cool. So everybody should send in their unflattering selfies to you.
yes, please. No, I would be so stoked. That would be amazing. Well, dude, no, that would make my entire day. So yeah, you know what my handle is. You know where to find me.
Do you prefer to work on large or smaller scale projects?
I really like painting big. I couldn't tell you why. I like scale. I like using big brushes, and I like working a little bit as I paint too. As I've moved from home to home and had different size restrictions for pieces that I work on, I've realized that's more of a luxury than I realized initially. But normally I love to work really, really large. There's something about like just a very massive, a visually arresting piece that I think pairs well to what I'm trying to accomplish as an artist. But they're a pain. They're a pain to store and they're a pain to travel with. So that's, I would say, the only downside for me.
Jess, this is a follow up to that. Jess would like to know what you mean by working while painting.
Working while painting. Oh, I think I meant like working out, like stretching and like using the whole body.
Okay.
I think that's, yeah, yep. So just having like a full body interaction with whatever work here, whatever's on the easel. I like painting on the floor too. So when you have a really big canvas, it's nice. You're jumping up and down and moving around and stuff like that. So yeah.
Great. Wiggly would like to know, can you share a specific experience or moment in your artistic journey that was particularly transformative or memorable to you, and why it was?
Oh, I would love to. Yeah, absolutely. So my the first thing that always comes to mind is I would say the harshest critique I'd ever received up until that point. And it was my first week in my graduate program. And I, when you present in front of, you know, at least for this particular program, which was Laguna College of Art and Design, your first time presenting, you would put up all the work you had created in like the last 2 weeks in the program. You explained why you were making it, and then you'd open up the floor to everybody. You'd open it up to the chair of the department, any teachers that were in attendance, and then the rest of your cohort as well, in addition to all the students that were the grade above you and were set to graduate. So it was a very like packed room, and you had a lot of like eyeballs staring at you, and it was kind of wonderful because you have this opportunity to talk about your work and get lots of feedback right away. And I always recorded these sessions, and I still have this recording. And so I'd put up all these portraits I'd done for like the last 2 weeks, and a couple pieces that I had applied to the program with. And I was sitting there, and I was talking about how much I love faces. And this artist in the back was incredibly talented. I had no idea who he was at all. He was like, he raised his hand, and he's like, "Hey, thank you for showing your work. Really nice to meet you. I'm so bored." He's like, "I'm so bored looking at your work." He's like, "They're all the same perspective. They're all directly in the middle of your canvas. There's nothing really particularly involved about them. They don't look like they're really saying anything. They're just there. How are you contributing to, you know, artistic expression with this is what you're showing?" So they're really boring. And I was like, I was in shock for a while, which is good because normally I'm a crier. And so I was really good, I think. And I was so surprised that it didn't occur to me later, like, oh, that was a lot. And this is the best piece of advice I ever got. And it was very, very transformative because it allowed me to go back to my studio once the critique was over and really evaluate why I was doing it. Did I just want to make pretty things? Did I just want to make wall warmers? Boring portraits. This was before I started like delving into a little bit more with, different expressions, different color palettes. They were all very, I would argue, traditional 3/4 view, realism focused portraits of my lovely friends going like this. That kind of a thing. So pretty portraits of pretty people. And yeah, brutal is really good. Sometimes when you're getting gritted, that was a really transformative moment for me because it took me a while to figure out really what I wanted to say and why I was saying something safe visually instead of what I actually wanted to talk about. So yeah. And we got to be good friends. He gave me a lamb heart. So it worked out really well.
Great. Marion would like to know, do you see your work as feminist?
That is such a great question that no one has ever asked me before. Do I see my work as feminist? That's a really difficult question for me to answer simply because that word I think means different things to different people. Um, I would argue that my feminine experience influences my work, and I'm a huge proponent of women in the arts. But in terms of having overt, like traditionally feminist themes, wow, this is a really good question. I would argue, that I don't know if I know my audience that well. And I feel like that dialogue is almost just as important as how I see myself, which is a non-answer, and I don't like it. So let me see if I can crystallize it a little bit more. I've always liked to think that my creative process, my creative process, I'm an artist first, before anything else. And so trying to figure out how different parts of my identity feed into that has always been difficult for me. Um, I remember sitting in on an artist lecture, um, this really well established painter who was active in the 70s, and she said she got so upset when she was listed as a woman artist in any major publication. She's like, I'm just an artist. There's no need to give myself that label. But I think that that term has become more encompassing than it was for her at that time. So I'm a feminist artist in the sense that my work is influenced by what I know, which has been a primarily feminist existence. So yes. 45 minutes later, it's a yes.
Thank
I really
you.
like this. Yeah. This is
Manny
incredible.
Manny had a question that was tied to that one and the grotesque question from before. What ideas and philosophies inspire the focus on the grotesque or absurd for you?
Focus. I mean, we talked a little bit about Jenny Saville. She's huge. The idea of the unbeautiful aspects of the human existence that I would say have been not quite as popular if you look at like the whole scale of art history. And it's become, I would say, more coming to the forefront in like recent years. Philosophies, in terms of philosophers, I don't really have any specific names to give to you, but um, I am really personally drawn to the in between moments. And this is going to sound a little voyeuristic, but watching people when they don't understand that they're being watched sounds really bad. That to me, I think, is the most authentic and most kind of wonderful states of being is when you're with somebody that you know really well, or you're watching someone across the street, or you're waiting for the bus, and they just are themselves. Again, I focused a lot on people eating for a while because that's one of those beautifully unstaged moments that you really can't fake. And in recent years, especially, I've been trying to get off of social media more and more because of the airbrushing and the perfect poses and the perfect lighting and the perfect everything. I think it's the least authentic representation of human experience that we've ever had, being marketed as normal people's everyday experiences. And I just find it horribly, horribly dishonest. So I would argue that in a large part, my work is an almost anti-social media in a lot of ways, particularly for, I guess, female expression when there's so much pressure to look and display yourself in a certain way. Um, it's everything but that. I want to go very, very hard the other way. So that's been what's really fueled my work lately.
Great.
I think the Kardashians are one of the worst things that's ever happened to I shouldn't say the Kardashians themselves, but what they're marketing is one of the worst things that's ever happened to the idea of humanity and female beauty in its most raw state. So, yeah.
Great. This will probably be our last question as we're nearing the time. Jess would like to know, what are your goals with the club empowering women through art?
Oh, this is great. Yeah. So there's uh, women in art have such a different experience sometimes. I would argue than our male counterparts, simply because some of the themes that women like to display and like to choose are seen as either less important or dismissed as oh, what's the word I'm looking for there? Dismissed as um, fluffy, not as important, not as um, not as significant as you know some other themes you could explore in art. Motherhood in art is something that the depiction of motherhood in children in art is something that's seen as almost like a lower class. I would argue, although that's changing, it's still there's a lot of catching up to do. Um, this is the perfect time for a plug. Actually, we have painter Robin Cole, who is an incredible educator and instructor, and she'll be speaking on this upcoming Tuesday, I believe at uh, 2 p.m. Mountain Time. I have to double check on that with Natalie. 1 p.m. PST. Thank you so much. Yes. She's amazing. She's fantastic. And she'll be sharing with us a little bit about her experience as a female artist throughout her time in academia and now as a collegiate professional, a researcher, and a mother. So it's really the club itself is supposed to give women, it's designed to give women a voice and an opportunity to really discuss their specific thoughts about the process of creation, the themes wanted to, the desired themes to be explored in like a very supportive environment. So I'm super, super pumped for it. Robin is an angel woman, and I'm not entirely sure that she's human. She's so good. If you have a minute to go check out her link, you'll cry for sure. Her work is beautiful.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic event. Um, do you have a website that we can plug, or is there anything you'd like to talk about before we finish this up?
No website to plug. Again, I've been like weaning myself off of social media, and although yeah, my website just hasn't been active, so nothing really to plug. But um, I do host a session at 10 a.m. PST on Mondays. That's very group topic and discussion based, and then we have a critique on Monday, or excuse me, on Wednesday. What day is it? We have a critique on Wednesday at 5 p.m. PST. That's really fun as well. So I would love to see your work, and I would love to talk to you about what you're exploring artistically. And yeah, it's been a blast so far. So thank you guys very, very much.
Great. This is the end of the Q&A session. Thank you so much, Laura, for joining us today, and thank you everybody that joined and asked questions. Coming up next is a free group coaching session hosted here with Catherine Bobkowski.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Jump scare. Hello, I'm back. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Laura. That was fantastic. Hi, Catherine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, right on, cool. How you doing, Manny? I just saw you like a little bit ago, but I'll just pretend that I didn't.
Long time no see, indeed.
Long
I
time no
agree.
see, man.
All
Hello,
right.
everybody.
So we'll go ahead and get started in a few minutes. Just FYI, this is what otherwise would have been our group coaching session for the group coaching members is being hosted today and the stage channel. I want to say thank you to everybody that submitted before the cutoff for their work. For those watching online on stream, our group coaching is an additional subscription and also goes, you can also get it from the live annual or monthly plan, where you get to go to any of the coaching sessions that happen throughout the week. We have Monday through Saturday, basically. So you have various times where you can join in. You submit your work and you get critiques from coaches like Catherine, who's here today for the Saturday evening one, We have Laura, Britt, Diego, who was up earlier as well. So yeah, we have lots of folks. Joshua does Saturday mornings normally. So yes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen and share the work that the students have submitted. And we also have a question from Liz Ferrero, which I'm going to pull up in a second. And we'll go ahead and get started.
Great. Thank you, Manny. And thank you, everybody, for sharing your work. I appreciate it. I know it's not easy to share your work in like a even more public setting than what group coaching normally is. So thank you again. Yes.
Catherine, can you see my screen?
Maybe in a second here. Oh yeah, yes, I can.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and start with Liz at the very top, and also we have a couple questions that I'm going to pull into the chat. And Liz, if
Great.
you're on, what we normally do, what we normally do is if you submit, you're obviously in the group area. So if Liz, you feel comfortable, you want to come up and come up to the stage, you're more than welcome. Yes, we're gonna invite you to speak. You can tell us a little bit about the work that you've done this week, and talk to Catherine.
Hi, Liz.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We can hear you.
Cool. So this is a personal project I'm working on, and I've got the threw it all in here because I kind of want to get your vibe, your read on it. So I've got the reference images over there to the left that I used for the initial sketch. Then down towards the bottom, I've got some style inspirations that I would like to kind of gear my work in a similar direction.
Mm-hmm.
So from these images and then the initial sketch, and then I've started my first try at a trace over on inking. I'm curious what you see as far as commonalities in the style inspirations, and what I might be able to apply from them going forward with my own project.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you pulled out a couple of them already. You used some words like, Manny, can you pan over just a wee smidge to the right? Yeah, perfect. You said fluidity and energy. I think those are two good words. I feel like there's probably more going on too that we could identify. If Manny, you pan down a little bit more to the sort of inspiration images that Liz pulled. Yeah,
Sounds
so
good.
you have, oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, thank you. So I think there's exactly as you said, there's a lot of gestural quality. There's a lot of very fluid, organic lines. I think there's something also with very specific with shape design going on. Very um, uh, very beautifully designed shapes that are very lyrical and kind of contribute to that fluid gestural quality that we were just talking about a second ago. And then a very limited value range, right? That the values are very, very controlled and used specifically and not necessarily naturalistically, right? It's more of a design element in the way that it is controlled and not super always just rendering form or representing light in a totally naturalistic way, which I think captures something kind of whimsical, right? Kind of dreamlike, or a little bit even slightly cartoony, right? About in these images, and that's pretty consistent. So I think it must be something that appeals to you.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, I just said a lot of things, but
So
but it's very consistent though. So I think that's a good work that you identified for inspiration, because there is such a specific voice, and it's not totally all over the place. I think we can see some clear things that interest you visually. So I think you were going to say something. Go ahead.
yeah, so I think you've analyzed those really nicely, and it's nice to hear your opinion because sometimes I stare at this stuff for so long I don't know, can't put into words what I'm looking at anymore.
Sure.
So moving forward with the sketch and into the line work, how would you advise a student applies the shape and the lines and the gestural qualities? Like, how do I take that and run with it in my own work?
Well, I think I would say that you should start by doing some very focused master studies of some of the images that you just showed me. Especially, I think there were some drawings by, oh shoot, what's her name? Um, the two
There's
lions. What's her
yeah,
name?
Claire Windling.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a kind of a gimme because it's what you're drawing in your project already. And she has lots of drawings of big cats that you can study. And I would literally just copy them like one to one and do as many of those as you can so that
Okay.
you are observing and integrating and digesting all of the things that she's doing with those fluid lines and those beautiful shapes, and the way that she uses line and tone in order to create that feeling that you see in the drawings that she has. Um, and you should do that for any of these other artists that really speaks to you. I mean, is it Frazetta down at the bottom?
That's some
Or
of Steve Houston's old comic work that he's got
oh, cool.
posted up on his art station. Yeah, it's really neat.
Nice. It's Frazetta-like.
It is.
Yeah, so you could do the exact same thing with some of those, maybe even just analyzing more about some of the specific shapes, because those feel like they're more about using shape and the way that the shapes are very simplified, but have a quality of gesture within them, and are kind of graphic, right?
Yeah.
So if you again, after you have digested as much of Claire Wendling's work as you can possibly stand, to go and do the same thing with Steve Houston's old comic work or anybody else that appeals to you. Um, and the more you do that, like the first few times that you copy it, it might sort of feel like, what am I doing? I'm just copying this thing, and what's the whole point of it? But the more that you do it, and especially if you focus on just one artist at a time, you'll start to see the same things come up again and again, the same way that a line might get pulled, or the same way that a shape might get just sort of twisted or simplified or something. And you'll start to see yourself doing that in your own work over time. But it takes a little bit of time.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that because I can tend to
Go ahead.
study one piece from an artist and then move on. So it's nice to know that repetition should be used there.
Repetition. Because it's like studying it's maybe a little bit like studying a language, right? Because I mean, I say all the time, uh painting and drawing, it's a language, it's a visual language, right? And we're all trying to figure out how to put together words and use the grammar to make sentences and to tell stories and all this kind of stuff. But each artist, especially artists that are that specific, like Claire Wendling, I think has a very specific kind of way that she does things. It's almost like going to a different country and there's a new language all of a sudden. And you have to take some time to digest and absorb. Well, how is that person using the same tools that you're already using, but they're doing something different with it, something that's very particular and very idiosyncratic. So you just gotta like swim in that all of that stuff that she's doing and just really live in it. And you'll see in your own work as you start to translate that over, that it does translate, that you adopt the language and it starts to come out in your own work too. And you can be very direct with that, right? So I told you, for example, to copy all of her big cats that she draws. Um, so do like 10, 15, 20 of those. Um, and with her work, it might not even necessarily take you that long. That might be a week or two of work of just, studying her drawings. But then go and take your own photo reference of some lines or whatever you have, and try to draw it And as you come up against challenges and little blocks and little like, ooh, what now? Just think, what would Claire do? And literally try to embody some of what you pulled out of her work in yourself to solve problems and to simplify shapes and to create drama and to create fluidity and movement. Um, and if you have to like literally put that on like a little sign or something or write it in your sketchbook, what would Claire do? Question mark. And then uh, uh, really try to follow through on that thinking. And sometimes you'll get a wrong answer and it won't work out. But that's okay. That's also part of the whole learning process. And just do that a bunch, and you will learn a lot. I think one of the quickest ways to figure out stuff like that, to just learn how to draw beautifully, is to look at other people that do it really, really well, and quite frankly, copy them. And I think everybody starts out imitating first, and then gradually you develop something that's a little bit deeper and more personal and more idiosyncratic to you, and then we're all in Liz's country and trying to speak your language. So
That'd be great. I look forward to
does that
getting
make
there.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I do
Um,
too.
yeah, thanks for all that. And I
Yeah.
wanted to give a shout out to Marion because after her session with you a few days ago, she talked to me for quite a while about personal projects and stuff like that. So that was what spurred me on to pull this
Oh,
together
cool.
and get working on it.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
That's
yeah,
really awesome.
Awesome.
And can I also just say really quick, Liz, to like as part of that, personal projects, and then talking about like some of the stuff that I've talked about with Marion too. Um, I think discussions about style can be a little bit like surfacey, right? A little bit superficial, right? Like we say like style versus substance, like they're opposite things. So don't just think about the style, or don't just think about the visual things, the visual components and all of the work that you like, but like what is the substance, right? What's the stuff like in that, like below that, that actually is interesting to you? Because if you think more about the substance of what you want to say and what you want to do, that will lead you more to the style stuff, right?
yeah.
Like the medium is the message or whatever. I can't remember who said that. Someone important. Um,
Me, it's just
um,
a Catherine quote now.
I don't think so. No, I can't take credit for that. But yeah,
Oh,
you think about that too as you're going along. And the great thing about studying things deeply and intensely like that is that you will start to discover things not just about the work that you're looking at, but also about you and what is actually interesting and captivating to you. And it can change over time too. So just enjoy that process, uh, and and let me know how it goes too. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
thank you, Liz. Thank you for sharing. Awesome work.
It's my
All
line,
right.
Manny.
No, I love that she changed the pose from the reference. You can see she
Yes.
extended that kick out, and it's like that front kick would hurt if you
Yeah,
if you. All right.
probably both ways.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have Dim Dimbiot. So if you are on the chat, please raise your hand to speak,
Nice.
or I'll try and find you. Okay, and I'm gonna move you down to the audience list. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, thanks, Liz. Bye. This is really nicely done, by the way. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Doing well?
Cool.
All
This is
right.
from Photap, yes?
Yeah, it is.
All right, awesome. This looks great. Nothing is jumping out at me right away, but could you tell me a little bit about, what it's been like to work through this course and to, go through these assignments and to do all of this, very, very careful, very studious drawing. What's the experience been like so far?
Oh, it's been really awesome. I've improved drastically, I think, starting this course.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great. And have you found any like particular challenges? Has anything stood out as being especially difficult or especially just not as intuitive maybe as some other things, or not as didn't come to you as easily, possibly? Anything like that?
For this piece?
Well, just in general in the course. But if there's something in this piece specifically, then yeah, tell me.
For the course, it's been going really smoothly, I think. I'm just, learning. But I was curious to get your advice on. I feel like this piece is a bit inconsistent, and I think it might be the root of the issue is the box.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering your opinion
Go
on
ahead.
that.
Yeah, can you tell me what you mean by inconsistent? Say more about that, please.
I think the angles are off, and I think the perspective might be off on the box, which is making the relationships a bit different. Like I noticed the negative space for the leaves of the plant is a lot more squished on my version compared to the reference image. So I was wondering if that's because of the box.
Yeah, I think it is, and kind of the major thing I'm noticing with the box is I think that the right side, the right plane that's facing that green bottle is too wide. So something there with the foreshortening, I think, got thrown off a little bit. So basically, the depth of the box from the front plane to the back edge got expanded a little bit, which is a very tricky thing, of course, in learning how to draw and learning how to draw things that feel solid and three-dimensional. The box is foreshortened, right? That we know that that plane has a certain width to it, that it would have a certain length if you were to look at it straight on. But because we're not looking at it straight on, it's actually appears much shorter than you might feel like in your mind it should appear, right? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that shape got a little bit expanded there. And you could maybe tell or maybe find a way to correct that by looking at the angle of the top edge of the box between that top plane and then that side plane on the right. What is the angle there? And if you compare, yeah, I think it should be, you have it maybe a little bit too horizontal and it should be a tiny bit more closer to being vertical, just angled up a little bit more. And then that would end up shortening the width of that side plane. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And then as for the plant, though, I just wanted to say that, um, there is a thing of course, in this course, you want to be very careful and work on your observation skills and work on your measuring skills and work on looking at angles and all of that good stuff. All of that is very important. Um, but it is also true that when the drawing is done and the reference is put away, or you take apart the still life or whatever, um, if the drawing still looks believable, then it's good, right? Like the drawing still needs to just stand up on its own without the reference. So I think when it comes to the plant, and you pointed out something with the negative shapes, I think it is true that there's something slightly off with the proportions, but I think it still really reads well and it still looks believable and three-dimensional. And you did a really good job of analyzing those very organic shapes and making them, look three-dimensional in your drawing. So even if there's like maybe a tiny thing in the proportions, I think it still stands up as a drawing that works well if you don't look at the reference, right? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Well, cool. Did you have any other questions at all? Anything else you wanted to share or talk about?
I think that's mainly it. Thank you so much for the help.
All right, cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Good stuff. Very nice work.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
submitting. All right, next up we have Michael. Go ahead and coming up.
Hey, Michael. Are you rock climbing today? Where are you?
I'll find him. I'm hunting him down.
Okay.
Hold on.
This looks really good. Very nice.
I just sent you an invite to speak, so you can just accept.
Michael, come talk to us.
Are you on the phone? Because if you're on your phone, it might be an issue, like accepting the request. But Okay, so sometimes
Oh,
the
okay.
phone title, the event title, and the acceptance buttons can be an issue. So just let me see. Uh, Let me invite you one more time. I see. Can you let me change the title. Give me a second. Catherine, in the meantime, if you want to go ahead and start with the critique, Michael,
Yeah,
we can also read
absolutely.
your questions if you like while I'm getting you another invite.
Yeah, we could do what we normally do on Tuesdays, and I'll just like stare at the chat, waiting for Michael to respond. Okay. So, uh, this looks really good. First of all, I'm not gonna tear it apart. um, uh, so I think last time I looked at this, we discussed something with the brow, that the brow shape, the brow bone, or this plane, this middle plane of the forehead needed to shrink a tiny bit. And I think I told you that the far eye especially needed to shrink, and the width of the bridge of the nose needed to shrink. Um, I think I think the far eye still feels like a tiny bit big. It's marginal if it is. But I think there's still something kind of going on with the nose a little bit. Manny, is it possible to zoom in on Michael's drawing a little bit, please? I know you're doing stuff, but thank you. Okay, yeah. Um, yeah, I think the okay, sorry, Michael. But I can see what you're saying in the chat, so so don't be afraid to speak up. So yeah, I think the bridge of the nose, some of the angles there got a little bit too exaggerated right now, to the point where now I think the bridge of the nose, especially up here near the keystone shape, is starting to feel a little bit too narrow. And then the ball of the nose also is a little bit too pinched, right? So, which is so typical, of course, in drawing. You make a first attempt, and then there's something not quite right about it, so you make a correction, and then you overcorrect, right? It's very, very typical. Um, I forgot I gave you a time limit. Um, yeah, I feel like ultimatum is not a fair word, but fair, yeah, okay, got it. Um, I don't think it was an ultimatum, but yeah, I appreciate that you can spend way, way, way longer on than 2 hours on something like this. I think it's still, I think that far eye still reads well. It still feels very three-dimensional. So even though to me the scale still seems a little bit big, I don't think it's something that's going to stand out a lot, independent of the reference, just like I was saying to the last student. But anyway, let's talk about a couple of other things though. I know you also were having a challenge with the mouth. In fact, I think the last time I saw it, it didn't really have a mouth. Is that right? Um, anyway, yeah, on the mouth there, everything was a challenge. Yeah. um, on the mouth, what's happening is that that little middle portion of the upper lip, that sort of Cupid's bow, is in front of the side plane of the upper lip that's moving away from us. So there's sort of some overlapping planes happening there. And I think right now in your drawing, it's more simplified into just two planes. So it's sort of like you have one plane for the left side of the mouth that's facing us, and one plane for the far side of the mouth that's starting to turn away from us. But it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. That there's a few more plane changes going on there that create some foreshortening and some depth to the mouth. And so right now it's a little bit lost there, and it is hard to see in the reference. So that's the kind of thing that if you if you have a sorrow head, you know, that you can like pick up and turn around and look at, that's always handy. But there's also the 3D viewer that you can, you know, take the planes of the head model and move it around and see more of the information in those planes there, because they are kind of complicated. And I think in this position, it's hard to understand what's happening if you don't have a more three-dimensional idea of how those planes are moving in space. So does that make sense? I see that you're typing. I'll just shut up for a second. Let's all watch the chat, guys. Let's all just stare. Okay. I'd be lying if I said okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel you. I understand. um, can I say something about the values? So we don't have to talk about lines and angles and stuff anymore. Um, yes, okay, I have permission. So the side plane of the nose that's facing us, and then also the left eye that's facing us, they're both basically in shadow. You pulled out a couple of lighter planes on the nose that are sort of crossing over into the light shape, and then that left eye overall is light. But I think you could pretty safely just block those almost completely into shadow, especially the nose. And I see the planes that you're observing, and I see that they're a little bit lighter. But you know, don't forget to squint. If you squint even just the tiniest bit, it all just merges into a one unified shadow shape. So I think you're maybe over articulating some of the value changes and value contrast within that shadow shape on the side plane of the nose. And with the eye, you know, think about the eye socket, and the eyeball sitting inside of it. It's you know, covered up by all of this bony structures and everything that keeps it inset into the face. So if you have light coming from above, you're going to tend to see the eyes in shadow. That's sort of what we have happening here. Also, don't give me that Dylan Pin emoji. Get that out of here. The ear is really nicely done. I think the ear turned out really, really good. um, nice subtle range of value in that shape. And same thing with the jaw too, nice articulation of forms in there as well without building up too much contrast. So yeah, really, really nicely done. So if you want, Michael, I will give you permission to just be done with this drawing and just move on. You have my blessing. I know you worked. You can't. Sorry, you can't. I believe in you, Michael. Halftones. Okay, okay, okay. Before you move on to halftones, you have to keep that side plane of the nose blocked in as one more unified shape, and same thing with the eye. And then with the halftones, um, uh, be very sensitive with how much pressure you use to avoid creating muddiness in your halftones. And go back to thinking about just simple forms, right? It's simple, it's just an egg, right? It's just an egg with a light on it, that's all. So if you can think about a complex structure like this with lots of little facets and planes in the simplest terms, it's just an egg that will really help you to problem solve when it comes to adding in the halftones. Okay? Let's all watch the chat. See what he says.
Michael, anything else?
Yeah, anything else, Michael? I
Okay,
don't know what that
no
means.
Pim. Thumbs up cat emoji. Perfect.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, thank you,
Great. Thank
Michael.
you for sharing, Michael. Yes, thank you for all of your hard work too. I know it's been a doozy, but it's coming out really good, and you're going to learn a lot from this effort, I promise. Okay?
Okay, I
Okay.
submitted Nathan's submission from the email, so I'm just pulling up his. Give me 1 second.
All right, cool. Yes, thank you very much. Okay.
Nathan,
Oh,
coming
whoops,
up.
what did I
You have the floor.
do?
Okay,
Oh, hi,
so
Nathan.
hello.
Hi, how
So
are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm good, thank you.
This is the week 8 of Fundamentals of Observational Drawing, right? So I have some problems with it. Like the first time I submitted for critique on Discord, Jack told me that I had some some problems with the shadows, like the ears and the neck on the shadows were um, brighter than they should be. They were lighter than
Mhm.
my halftones. So I worked on that. But I still have some problems with the drawing part. I think, I don't know, it just doesn't feel completely right for me. But I want to know like about the shadows, the values as well. Like, do do you think it's okay now?
I think you could maybe even unify your shadow shapes just a little bit more. I think
Mm-hmm.
possibly something that is standing out to you right now is not totally working yet. Is some of your halftones feel a little bit dark compared to the shadows. And even though the shadows are maybe not necessarily lighter than the halftones, it's still maybe too close to really feel like it's following the light logic that we sort of would expect it to follow, if that makes sense. So, for example, the ear right now is too light. That should definitely merge more into the shadow overall.
Mm-hmm.
And then this big plane on the neck here, I think is also just a little bit too light. Um, the reflected light under the jaw, I think you could just calm down, make it a little bit darker so that
Okay.
overall the shadow just locks together as one big simple shape. Um,
Okay.
so when you look at the reference image and just like barely squint your eyes at all, um, uh, there's almost like no information in the shadows. They go really really simple and unified and dark, and you should almost have the same effect in your own drawing. That the shadow should have a lot less contrast overall than the lights,
Mm-hmm.
and if you were to do the same thing, just barely squint at the drawing, all those shadow shapes should do the same thing. They should all lock together and stay really unified. And so if that
Okay.
doesn't happen, then it means that you might have too much contrast inside of the shadow shape. Does that make sense so far, what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, great. Okay, and then let's talk about halftones for a second. Because I think some of your halftones are maybe just not quite describing the form quite enough. So let's look at the top of the head, this sort of plane on the top of the head that's going back into the shadow. And what really happens there is that that plane gradually falls off from the light, right? There's more light at the front of the head here, and then as that plane moves back in space away from the light, it gets a little bit darker, a little bit darker, a little bit darker.
Yeah.
So right now, that plane, and then also this plane here on the side of the forehead, it's all just overall one value. And so that is kind of saying that it's flat, right? If you have the same value going on to continuously, or if you have the same um, uh, well, here we're talking about value, but if you have the same value or edge quality or whatever moving on too continuously for too long, it really communicates flatness. So it doesn't help us to understand that the form is rolling back in space and gradually into a shadow. It starts to flatten out that whole form. So look at like those two planes there on the top of the head and on the side of the forehead. Um, really imagine how those planes are curving into a shadow and try to describe that a little bit with your halftones. And
Okay.
that's a good place to start because it's a relatively simple form, right? So usually on stuff like this, on portraits and or graphite drawings like this, when you start to model the form, a good place to begin is like the forehead because it's kind of simple, and that can help you to see how to articulate the same kinds of nuances in more complex areas of the face, like around the mouth or the nose or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, cool, awesome. Do you have any other questions right now? Anything else to share or talk about or say? Anything?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you
Right.
for sharing, by the way. Great
Thank
work.
you. Thank you for sharing. Okay, next up, I'm gonna go last. So next up we have
Oh,
Jess.
okay. Oh, hi, Jess.
So, Jess, coming up, request to speak. There you go. I got you.
Hello.
She's coming up.
Okay. I thought these looked really good, by the way. Really, really nice work.
Are you on mobile as well? Uh, she should be coming up pretty soon. In the meantime, Catherine, if you want to get started, and
Yeah,
then
that's fine. No problem. Okay. Manny, would you mind zooming in a little bit on the still life in the kind of lower left with like the tomato and the vases and the onion situation? Yeah, that one. Perfect. Thank you very much. Oh, here she is. Hi, Jess.
there we go. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hi, are you there? Yes, I can. Hi, how are you?
Okay. Hi.
Hi. So thank you for sharing your work. I thought these looked. Oh, hello.
Yes.
Okay. So I thought these looked really good. Is there an echo? Is that just me?
There's a slight echo, so Jess, if you could
Okay.
mute yourself a little bit while Catherine is talking. But you want to tell us a little bit about the work you submitted?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So I've been working through fundamentals of drawing and perspective, and drawing has been one of those things that I am working really hard at because of all the painting I did and no drawing that I did. So I'm having to relearn a lot. And
Yeah.
I worked, I think, maybe a little too long on this drawing. I think it was like around 8 to 10 hours. I every time I sort of go in and try to do an angle or a relative length or width. Sometimes the other objects I have to change everything, when I
Yeah.
stick. So it's just a process that I've been learning. And in this drawing, I know that the vase on the right is a little too skinny and the top vase is a little too tall. But I got to a point where I was just like, we're just gonna go for it.
Yeah.
But I think I'm learning a ton, and this is my most recent drawing, and then the other ones on the right have been in the past couple of weeks.
Okay, great. So this is the most recent one, is that correct?
Yeah, the one on the left, well, the lines indicating the character, or the one on the right, I guess. The left
Yeah.
was, the first part, and then the one on the right is the final. But yeah, this is the most recent assignment I've done.
Okay, awesome. Fantastic. Because I was looking at this earlier, and you can definitely tell, I think, that this drawing, it feels a lot stronger and a lot more solid, I think, compared to the earlier ones. So there's I think definitely a progression that you can see, that you learned a lot in just the process of doing these few weeks of FODAP. So that's awesome. Yeah, really, really cool. And what you just described actually earlier about you make one correction, you do something over here, and then, oh, I got to change something over here. That's just drawing in a nutshell. I mean, you've discovered it. Everything in the drawing really has to relate to everything else in the drawing properly, correctly, or whatever that means for what you're trying to accomplish. And so, yeah, sometimes you do make a change somewhere else, and there's a sort of ripple effect that other things then also have to change. Um, and something I'm sure I've said like a million times, possibly to you too already, Jess, but learning how to draw is really like a process of learning to uh, fix your own mistakes, to correct your own drawings. And it sounds like you're doing that, so that's fantastic. Um, I didn't have a ton to specifically to say on this one. I think there are a couple of ellipses that are maybe a little bit pointy on the ends that you could, tweak a little bit to make them rounder and more, truly ellipses. And I'm noticing that particularly on the little short vase on the far right next to the onion, um, and maybe a little bit on the cylinder that the tomato is sitting on. A couple of those ellipses are maybe just a tiny bit too pointy, going more like football shaped on the ends. So to watch out for that. But really, really nice work on this one. Can we look at the pepper actually, Manny? Can we just like pan just right over to the right to the pepper? Yes, thank you very much. I thought this was really very nicely done too. I think, did you show me this already, or am I thinking of another pepper? I think you showed this to me, right?
I might have. I'm not sure. I just dove in and did the shading without getting to any of the coursework on shading. I shared it actually in another group coaching that you weren't part of.
Mhm.
But so I don't think you've seen this pepper.
Okay, okay. So, well, first of all, I think it's just fine sometimes to just kind of jump ahead and do the shading or whatever it is that you're that's coming up later that you're meant to be learning, because it's kind of fun to get excited about the next concepts that are coming up that you're learning. I think this is working really well. I had a couple of little thoughts on this one. Um, for one thing, I think the photo reference is pretty really challenging because there's almost no variation in the value on the light side of the pepper, even though definitely it seems like there should be as the pepper kind of rolls into the light. Seems like it should go from a darker halftone value or a shadow value to a lighter value, and it just sort of doesn't do that. Um, and I think it's the kind of thing that would probably be, actually, speaking of painting, a lot easier to describe in paint and with color than just with charcoal, because then you could adjust your saturation, you could adjust the temperature, and do a lot of other things in order to really describe in three-dimensional terms what's going on with that pepper. But I think when you are, when you're using charcoal and you only have value to work with, sometimes you might have to over explain what's going on to really create that dimensional sense, or that really volumetric sense of the form, right? So you could do probably a little bit more to keep the shadow shapes on the pepper really unified and simple, and then to create a more clear gradation as it slowly rolls into the light. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yeah, and this is actually graphite.
Oh, it's graphite. Okay. Oh, I just saw that. Yes. It's graphite. You got it so dark. It really looks like charcoal. That's cool. Uh, same principle though, right? You would still just even exaggerate more the contrast in values and create a clear gradation to describe the form moving in and out of the light more. And then watch out too for at the very, very top of the pepper, there's some highlights right by the stem. And the highlights almost feel like they're right next to the edge of the shadow. And it shouldn't really quite be like that. Think about how you would, if you were to imagine that you're like a little bug and you're sitting on the stem, and then you have to walk up over the shoulder of the pepper and then into the highlight. And how you would have to walk through that shadow and then slowly up into a halftone, and then into a highlight, and then back into a halftone again. So you shouldn't really have a highlight next to a shadow. Does that make sense?
Sort of. I'm trying to wrap my brain around it.
Okay. Did I confuse you with the imagine that you're a bug thing?
I
I do that a lot.
I think a little bit, but
Yeah.
I kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah. it might be helpful too when you're drawing stuff like this, if you have a real pepper or a real, like whatever it happens to be, that you can look at and see how the form isn't going to move from a shadow plane immediately to a highlight plane because it's round. It has to roll from one to the other. So you're going to have some kind of a halftone or some kind of a soft edge in between your shadows and highlights, at least in this case. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, great, cool. Okay, what else should we talk about? Is there any other specific drawings you want to talk about or anything about?
I think the negative space, if you have any comments on the one on the right corner.
This one? Yeah. Yeah, I have a couple of little things. This is a really very important exercise. This is such a good thing to do, guys. Everyone should do this exercise. So I think what's happening here is that the proportions on the little pliers and the thing of the, oh my God, what's it called? Tape, you know what I mean. I think that looks really good. That looks really accurate. It looks very clear. It's difficult because those are overlapping shapes and it's very complicated. But I think it looks pretty much exactly right to my eye. I think the challenge is with the wrench because the shape is a little bit, I think, not as obvious because it's not a clear silhouette. It's foreshortened, right? So the wrench part of the wrench is really, really foreshortened and kind of moving away from us. And I think the way that you drew it, it almost feels like you're trying to pull it back up into being a silhouette shape instead of being foreshortened. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was having a hard time figuring out how to adjust the wrench to make it look better.
Yeah. So I think what I would suggest there would be to try to look for some angles to help you out, measure some angles. So for example, look at where the bottom left handle of the pliers are. If you can imagine a point right where the left handle of the pliers is touching the tabletop surface. And the sort of farthest most left point of the wrench, imagine those 2 points and a line that connects them. What would the angle of that line be? And then make sure that you have the same angle on your drawing, right? So that would help you to figure out where to start placing the wrench. And then you could do the exact same process to figure out where the end of the handle would go on the far right side. So where's the farthest right point of the handle? Imagine a point there, connect that with an imaginary line to another point that's easy to see, like maybe one of the tips of the pliers. What's an angle between those 2 points? Make sure you have the same angle on your drawing. So finding some imaginary points like that to connect with lines so that you can measure angles off of those, that would help you to get the placement and the overall size of the wrench correct in the drawing. And then from there, it's a little bit easier to start to look for angles along the contour. So of course, it's relatively simple to look at the length of the handle and what is that angle, and to just measure that with a pencil, and then get the same angle in your drawing. But when you're looking at the right side of the wrench, well, you do the same thing. Basically, take that very curvilinear sort of shape and imagine it in facets, right? Almost as if it had little flat planes everywhere instead of curves. And try to measure each of those little flat ends just the same way that you would measure the angle of the handle, for example, and try to transfer those over just very slowly and very deliberately. Does that kind of make sense what I'm saying? That was probably like a lot of stuff, but was it relatively clear?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was attempting to do was the angles relative to each other and the angles of pliers. And I think I just need a little bit more practice with hand-eye pen coordination.
um, you know, something else I think that can help you maybe to pinpoint areas that where the proportions might be a little bit off or the angles might be a little bit off. I mean, sometimes if you're sitting looking at something like this for a really long time and measuring angles and just like, oh my gosh, it goes on forever. Michael can tell you all about that. Sometimes you just need a new way to look at it, right? So you might take the whole drawing and look at it in a mirror, or you could take. I don't usually recommend doing this, but you could take the whole drawing and your reference and flip them upside down. And doing those things can just snap you back into seeing it more objectively. Um, you can get sort of like, I don't know, used to looking at your own drawing, and especially if you've been working on it for a long time and doing a lot of measuring and looking at angles and stuff, um, it can be hard to see your errors anymore, right? So if you shake the
Catherine,
snow globe a little bit, oh, what's
um,
that? Sorry.
we're
Oh,
we're
Manny's
going
telling me to shut
we're
up.
gonna have to move on to the next. Just letting you know.
Okay. Yeah, but you know what I mean, Jess, right? Give yourself a new way to look at the drawing so that you can see clearly again where problem areas might be popping up, and then more importantly, how you could correct them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for sharing, Jess.
Thank you, Jess.
And thank you, Manny, for cracking the whip,
Th-
telling me to shut up.
Thank, thank you for the.
Move on.
I want to say thank you for the cute Catherine and anime little
Yeah, it's cute. I like that.
typography.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have Do, and
Ew,
so thank you, Jess, once again.
that's you.
Do, come on up. Where are
This looks
you?
really nice. Really good.
Um, here you go.
Oh,
All
hello.
right.
Is that working?
Hello. Yes,
Hi,
it's
yes, I
working.
can hear you.
It's
Hi.
working. We can hear you.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you? This is my first time doing textures. I've never done them before, so I'm not sure if I did any of these correct.
I think it looks great from here. Manny, can you zoom in on the top half, please? And can you tell me a little bit about, you said you hadn't really done this before. Could you tell me a little bit about the experience then, if it was a new thing? What was it like?
Um, it's interesting. I feel more comfortable in ink, but I made sure to try to force myself to use graphite, which I'm still trying to treat a little bit like ink, so I don't like spend
Mm.
time erasing. The only thing that's difficult is the fact that I accidentally like smudge previous parts of the drawing. Like I'll forget and I'll rest my hand on the drawing and I'll be like, oh, I just ruined all that. So I have to go back and like put tracing paper over it and get into the habit of making sure I'm protecting what I've already done. Especially charcoal. Charcoal, like that one I have to really pay attention to. Um, the only thing I would say is charcoal, like I really have a hard time going light with it. It gets dark really fast.
Mm. What kind of charcoal are you using? What specific materials?
Um, I have I have General's charcoal, I have Faber-Castell, I have some like woodless charcoal pencils. I have a bunch of different ones. I have Wolf's Carbon, but it's not charcoal. Um, I also have Carbothello pencils, but I think those are something else. I think those are more like I don't know if those are Conte or something. But I have
It's
a.
pastel. Yeah,
Is it
go ahead.
pastel? Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're just I like them for figure work, but I've never done a rendering before with them, so I'm still too
Mm.
afraid to touch charcoal. I guess in the next assignment for drawing one, I'll be doing charcoal for the still life, so that's gonna be a first.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna be excited to see that um,
Thank you.
if you share it. Well, I think these are really, really nicely done, and I think it's a good example of how, you know, using a really permanent sort of unforgiving medium like ink can develop intentionality and you know, thoughtfulness with the mark making that you create and how you use the material. Because I really see that here. It's all very purposeful, even in the graphite ones. So that's really, really nicely done. And yeah, it's cool. Did you have a favorite along here? And then also, by the way, um, with doing these textures and patterns and stuff, did you just draw all of them out of your head, or did you find examples in the real world to observe for inspiration, or how did you do that?
I would say about half of them I made up out of my head, like the zebra, leopard print, and like the things like the lemon and stuff like that. I found some reference to sort of double check, but things like the weird hashing patterns or the stippling, I just sort of kind of just went for it, like the scribbles or the fur. I just kind of just winged it because I wasn't really sure what to do with that, so I just gave it a shot. If that makes
Okay,
sense,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. Could we, Manny, could we look at the actual three-dimensional forms in the bottom half of the page, please? Yes, nice. The fur one is so good. I really
Thank you.
like that.
I was worried about that
Yeah.
one.
Oh, why?
Uh, I actually really don't know how to draw fur, so that was one of those ones I did last just to be sure.
I I think it works really good. I think one little thing you could think about maybe would be where the sphere is kind of rolling away from us on the left side. There's some very dark kind of halftone marks in between some of like the layers of the fur. And maybe those could be lighter since we're moving actually into the light more. You could maybe either soften those or break them up or just make the value a little bit lighter. So it's not quite such a dark shape. But I think it reads really well. I mean, it makes sense. It feels three-dimensional. It has a texture. It's yeah, it's good. Um, and then is that cylinder, is it like a pineapple? Is that what it is? It looks like a
Yeah,
pineapple
it's
almost.
that's my attempt at like a pineapple texture. Yeah.
That's
Um,
cool.
I
Yeah.
tried.
Uh, I think there's kind of a similar thing there where with that pineapple texture, all those little lines in between the different segments of the pineapple, if they're all too evenly dark or all too evenly like sharp in their edges, it can start to flatten the form a little bit. I think here it still feels pretty three-dimensional because you used your values really well to explain the light and form shadow and cast shadow, etc. But it might feel even more um, three-dimensional if those lines in between those segments were had more variation in their value, and maybe in some areas, especially towards the light side of the form, you could really break them up even a bit more. Does that kind of make sense, what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. Someone mentioned that I don't know if it was James Gurney, but someone pointed me towards some. They were mentioning that like you would see more of the texture in the halftone. I have no idea if that's true or not. Like this is my first time doing texture, so I wasn't sure if like I was supposed to just wrap the form or like kind of really not show texture in certain parts of the light.
Yeah, in general, yeah, you'll see more of the texture kind of showing up in the halftones. And that's kind of why I asked if you were looking at real world examples at all, because if you look at a real world example with real light and a real texture, not just a pattern, but you might see that effect really come across more. I'm kind of thinking something like a golf ball or a basketball, like something that has a very simple form, but it has an overall texture to it, right?
Mhm.
If you were to observe something like that, you could really see that effect in real life, right? So the challenging thing about textures and patterns is that they can really contradict the form. It can really take your, beautiful three-dimensional form that you've described and just like flatten it all out.
Yeah.
And so the key is to continue to create variation within that pattern, which sounds like a contradiction, but if you think about how that pattern or texture would respond as a three-dimensional form also to the light, then you can find a variation within it that it doesn't contradict the form, but it actually helps to explain it even more in a more nuanced, more interesting way. So, but I think you did a great job here. It looks really, really good. So
Thank
first
you.
time
I
doing
appreciate it.
textures, it worked out pretty well. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing.
I
And
hate
Manny's here,
to
but Manny
I
was
hate to be
telling
the
me,
party
yeah,
pooper, but we are at
he's
time
like,
today.
shut up, Bob. Okay.
Thank you for having me, and thank you
Thank
for
you,
the
dude.
critique.
Thank
Oh
you for
yeah,
your submission.
thank you. Thank you everybody for being here. This was really fun.
Think
Yeah, someone's sharing my links over there.
so
Thanks, Natalie.
we are Britt Snyder is coming up next. I want to say, like I always do every evening, and when we're doing coaching, I want to say thank you, Catherine, once again for taking the time to be here, and
Oh,
for
of
everybody
course.
that submitted and everybody that participated in the audience. Um, and I hope you all have a good weekend. Now, remember, this was an example of an example of how the group coaching normally goes. We have group coachings Monday through Saturday, so this would be a very similar experience if you went on any of our critique sessions. We also have discussion sessions with Laura, Kylie, and Britt every once in a while, and that schedule's also in our group coaching information area. So thank you, Catherine.
Yes, thank
And
you,
we'll
and
see
thank you
you.
everybody. Yes, go ahead, Manny. Sorry.
We'll see you in an hour, right? For Botanical.
Yes, yes.
There you go.
We're
Awesome.
gonna paint some flowers. It's gonna be great. Bye, everyone. Have a great evening. Take care, and thank you again for sharing.
Take care. All right, let me stop sharing my screen and welcome Britt.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's see if
we can't see you if you did. Okay,
I'll
great.
see if I can turn my video. See if it works. Yes.
Yep. It's working great.
All right, cool.
Everybody. Hey, Britt. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Q&A with Britt Snyder. We'll be getting started in just a moment. Please prepare your questions to be posted in the chat, and you can at me or ping me in the chat, and then I'll be able to see them easier. Britt, would you like to introduce yourself to everybody?
Sure. So, guys, thanks for coming. So, my background is I'm a painter, and I started out professionally working for video games. So, a little bio here so I don't forget. I've done a lot of stuff here. But I started out working as an artist for video games, and I've got credits on the Diablo 2 expansion pack, Warcraft 3, De Blob, Wally, not the movie, but the game that we made for Nintendo DS, Rock Band Green Day was one of the Rock Band games, and a whole bunch of other games. If you're interested in that, there's a website called Moby Games, and just look up my name and anybody's name, and you can kind of see the video games that people work on. So I did that for a number of years, and then for the past 10 years or so, I've been selling my paintings and working as a teacher, and I'm currently represented by DK Gallery down in Marietta, Georgia. It's DK, and that's a suburb of Atlanta. And then I also show a little bit at Robert Lang Studios in South Carolina. Other places I've been are Arcadia Contemporary, Meyer Gallery for a number of years, Maybaum Gallery, a whole bunch of other galleries. So I've for the past 10 years or so. And if you're interested, my website is my name. It's BrittsNYder.com. So it's www.snyder.com. That's my website.
Just a moment, Britt. We're having
Sure,
a few tech issues.
Oh yeah, no problem, of course. Let me know if you want me to talk again. I'll finish up.
Yeah, just a moment.
Sure, of course.
Would you mind trying just leaving and rejoining the stage really quickly?
Sure. Okay, so we'll do.
All right, great. Um, okay, seems to be better now. You can continue.
Okay. Just from where I was.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
great.
Yeah. So anyway, made video games, sell work in galleries. I've been in a bunch of magazines. If you guys paint, I've been in all the Southwest American Art Collector, the Artist Magazine, High Fructose. I've been in all of those. Spectrum Illustration, Imagine Effects. That's me. Done a lot of stuff. Happy to talk with you. Outside of the other interesting little factoids, I'm also a musician. I graduated playing guitar through Berklee College of Music out in Boston, Massachusetts, in the States where I live. My grandfather was a fashion illustrator, so I grew up around that kind of stuff when I was a kid. I was actually given the Bridgman book, Heads, Features, and Faces, when I was 5, as crazy as that was. So my grandfather was an illustrator, and I have been around that my whole life. And one other interesting factoid is one of my main teachers was Mark Westermo, who has some amazing videos at NMA. So a fantastic teacher. That's it. That's me. So I'm happy to talk and answer any questions.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions, again, just ping me in the chat with them, and I'll ask them to Britt.
Yeah.
I have a question for you really quickly, just to get started.
Sure.
What is your process for sketching or playing out a piece before creating it?
Great question. So I work. It depends on how you want to work, but I actually work at a very large size. So I actually plan it out quite a bit before I paint. So I plan. I do a ton of reference. I make sure it's all on my canvas the way I want. That doesn't mean it doesn't change. Sometimes I'll actually, as I'm painting, I'll change things as I go. But I get it all on my canvas, and then when I paint, it's just painting. So I actually kind of separate the process. I definitely don't draw and paint all at the same time. I kind of plan it, put it on the canvas, and then execute.
Great.
Yeah.
What Marion actually asks, what inspires your artworks, would you say?
So I paint a lot with my family. I'm like everybody here. I can probably speak for all of us that I'm really interested in people, and I'm really interested in drawing people and just anything figurative. So as long as it's something figurative, I'm fascinated by it. And then the people that I put in my paintings, they're always family or friends. I actually recently was talking to a friend about he shoots a ton of amazing photo reference. I was like, maybe I could use some of that for one of my paintings. And I just, as good as it is, I can't connect to it. So long story short, figure really influences my paintings. And then taking it one step further, it's the people that I'm painting. So in my case, I feel like I have to know them. So everybody that I paint, I know.
Great. Stephen would like to know, if we want to try a character turnaround, even a simple one to practice, how would you recommend going about that?
So it depends on what you're using. So I work a lot in Photoshop. I actually am one of the people that doesn't use Procreate. I just don't paint on a pad. I have enough gadgets around my house. But so if you work in Procreate or some other similar tool, you'll have to find the same thing I'm about to tell you about. But in Photoshop, there are rulers, and you can kind of drag them down over your canvas. And the way that I would work is I would draw the figure in a pose that I know. So a front pose is kind of a good place to start, and then draw those ruler lines, and then use that in Photoshop or Procreate to make sure that everything matches up as you kind of draw the pose next to it. Does that make sense? That's how I do it.
Great. Stephen, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Great. He says it does.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is the word that you would use is keeping things on model. So, so if you're doing a turnaround, yeah, you want it to be really accurate. So, yeah, so just check it. Like if you're using it, just use some kind of ruler so you can go, okay, the nose is kind of the same as you move over.
Great.
Yeah.
Valway would like to know general advice for someone starting from scratch with art.
General advice. It's going to sound kind of maybe airy fairy, but just have fun. Find something that you're interested in. And I would almost, initially, I wouldn't think necessarily too practically about it, or I've got to learn this stuff. Initially I would just try to find what's fun, find what you enjoy. What do you I'm asking who's asking the question, what do you you say you're just starting out, what are you interested in? Dylan, we can have people talk too. I mean that's fine. Whatever works. If they want to just directly ask questions, that's great.
Um,
For me,
I'll read them out for now.
Sure.
But we can see about that later.
Understood.
Valway says he guesses graphic novels and fantasy illustration is what he'd like to go for.
Okay. So yeah, like I say, just find your passion, find the thing that you're really interested in. If you're interested in graphic novels, just devour it. Find all the artists you like. I love Craig Thompson that does the blankets and the BB graphic novels. I don't know if you guys look at Craig Thompson's work. It's great. Jillian Tamaki's an amazing graphic novelist. Yeah, just find what you like, and then find out what you need to do to make the things that you want to make. That's how I would approach it.
Great. Binky would like to know, when you were working on different video games with drastically different art styles, how hard is it to adapt to the different styles? Is it like drawing in a different language?
Yeah, it is super hard. Okay, so one of the things, if you look at my resume, I jumped around a fair amount in games, and that's actually not uncommon. And what you just described there, I would actually follow. I was younger, and it was okay to sort of, fool around with my job a bit, but I would follow things that I enjoyed. So I'll give you a good example of one that I avoided. I worked at one company.
Yeah. Just 1 second there,
Sure.
Britt. We're having more tech issues. I apologize about that. Would you mind leaving and rejoining really quickly, and hopefully it'll fix it?
Sure. About that.
That's great.
So to answer the question, years ago there was a TV show called Desperate Housewives that's basically a soap opera, and I was lucky enough to work on a Dungeons and Dragons game for 2 years, which was everybody in the studio was like, we loved working on. Like, we'd come to work and we were making a D&D game, so we were drawing and sculpting monsters, and that was great. The next game was a Desperate Housewives game, and I've never seen people just split and just go to another studio. So the answer is, a lot of people actually go, I'm out of here, I'm going to another place, and I'm going to work on a different game. So that happens. That said, if you kind of stay at a place, I didn't find it that hard to adapt to a style. One piece of advice that I would give is definitely take these lessons here at NMA seriously, because a lot of the things that they're teaching you here, it gives you a foundation and kind of a middle ground, so that if somebody gives you a different style, the figure is basically the figure, whether it's super exaggerated or realistic, and it just gives you the ability to learn. So I sort of felt I was always able to do a transition. It usually took me a couple weeks, and I would say to really get in the swing of it, a couple months, basically. And then there are people that are just dyed in the wool great at a certain style, and you'll never be as good as them at that, but you will be able to work with them and make a game or something good enough. Long-winded answer, I'm sorry. Be more concise.
Great. Marion would like to know, she says, your work has a strange otherworldly quality to it. How do you create this almost haziness, feeling of memory to the works?
Oh, thanks, Marion. So I actually don't like to think of them as paintings. They obviously look like paintings, but I just think of them as images, I guess, in a sense. And that's exactly what I'm going for. I kind of wanted to, I'll sort of explain, and then I'll kind of give a quick technical answer, and I'll try to keep it concise. I want it to feel like it's a window, and it's important to me that everything is a little bit obscure. That's sort of the feel that I'm going for. As far as technically, the technical way to do that basically is, if I could explain it quickly, is when you paint an image, I got it right here. Actually, I use this oftentimes. And I'll soften everything, just soften every edge, scrape it up, and then go back in and strategically pick out my hard edges, and it kind of gives it that look. That's a really answer for a complicated question. I hope that's helpful.
And Liz wanted to add on to that. How did this style evolve for you, and have you always painted this type of work?
I have not. So the style evolved during my MFA, and it was a lot about mentorship. So I got my MFA over a 2-year period, and it was basically, I feel like, hit on what I hit on. There was an artist named Emily Eveleth who lives relatively nearby me, Evelth. I've referenced her a bunch in some of our talks, some of my group sessions. And she, how do I put this? I don't know. It's a really good question. I felt like hit on it. It was a long time coming. I was kind of like bits and pieces of it, and then this particular artist that mentored me, this is about 10, 12 years ago, just sort of hit all the buttons, and I narrowed it down, and it became similar to what you see today. I wish I could answer that better. I'm sorry, it's a long, long question process. I really apologize.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Evan would like to know, what is your opinion for students? Is the balance between studying the fundamentals and creating personal work when learning to paint or make illustrations? Should one be prioritized over the other?
I think you should do both at once. Just my opinion, I think you should always be making personal work whether you feel you're ready to or not. And I think they just meet up. My opinion is I think learning the fundamentals is super, super important. I wouldn't be here if I didn't feel that way. I mean, that's what NMA is about. And I think that's super, super valuable and super important. But I think if you don't get in the practice of applying it, you can kind of actually sort of start producing some kind of strange results, in my opinion. It's almost like, to give you a musical example, I'm a musician as well. It's like somebody who practices the guitar all the time in their room, and they never get out with the community and play it with other people, play music with other people. I think using what you are learning, whether you're perfect at it or not, is a critical part of this. I feel like that's really important.
Great. How do you know when to use different techniques or materials in your works, would you say?
How to use different, is the question, how do you know when to use, like what to use?
Yeah, how do you know when to use different materials and such?
Okay, sure. Materials, you sort of speak with materials. Everything kind of has a different voice. So, and sometimes it's practical. So, for example, I rarely paint in oils outside, not because I can't, but I use watercolor when I go outside because I live in a small place. I kind of have to sell my work because I can't store it. So I can't go out and make oil painting of these landscapes that I don't think are going to fit in my body of work that I sell. So I use watercolor.
Just one moment, Britt.
Should I leave
The
come
tech
back?
issues, yeah, that'll probably fix it again. Sorry about that.
We can just keep doing that. I mean, that's fine. If I have to do it like 4 more times.
Yeah. Yeah, it fixes it every time, so it's reliable.
Just tell me and we'll do it.
Great.
So, yeah, and then I think everybody's everything has a different feel, and you sort of speak differently. I mean, materials, it just kind of depends on what you want to make, basically.
All right. Liz would like to know, what do you want your artist legacy to be? What do you want people to say about your body of work 100 years from now?
I don't know. That's an interesting question. I never think about that at all. I don't know that they will be. I'm just sort of in it for myself. I'm just trying to have some fun. So seriously, I never think about that actually. I don't know. I'd like to think that I make something interesting, and maybe I'll leave something interesting behind that people will be even if it's just my own family or people that have collected it and say, oh, that's an interesting piece. Yeah, it's interesting. I just don't think about that. I'm going to live forever. So. I'm not going to live
It's
forever.
a good.
I just don't think about it. I don't think about it. It's a really good and interesting question, though. Yeah, I definitely get where you're coming from with it. It's just not something that I've thought about. Maybe I should think about that more. It's a really good question.
Great. Manny would like to know. He says he's really liked a lot of your paintings. They have a certain etherealness throughout your body of work. What is the motivating factor or ideas you are trying to convey with your pieces?
So I don't think I'm trying to do anything conscious. So I've never been very interested in narrative like there's a rose in the corner that symbolizes that her life is crumbling. That's never really been very interesting to me. I just want to make pictures that interest me and I feel capture the people and sort of what I feel and think about them. So it's not necessarily um, that conscious, I guess. I just want to kind of express something. and what you get out of it might be different than what I get out of it. I actually don't really see them as being ethereal or an interesting. A lot of people see memory in them, and I've even adapted that into my artist statement now because everybody sees it. So, but that was never actually my original intent. That's something other people saw, which is definitely something. It's everybody sees it. So I've actually started to say, yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Great.
Yeah.
Marion would like to know, how does your family feel about the artworks you have made in response to them?
I like them. It's kind of funny. My wife is in so many of my paintings, and she's so different in person than she appears in my paintings. And a lot of people comment on that. Like she's very friendly and outgoing, and in the paintings, she just kind of looks, like kind of ethereal. And no, she's great. I mean, it's just she's all for it. She's just kind of part of it. Just they pose and yeah, they're part of it.
Great.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good deal.
Yeah.
How do you handle mistakes or accidents while creating a piece?
It's a great question too. So I've got a bunch of thoughts with that. One is this is actually the reason why I use reference. Reference for me as a painter keeps my morale up. So I know just because I know myself, I know that if I have a goal, like I've got this piece of reference here, and I know that if I'm using this, or if I'm looking at a live model, I know that if I work long enough and keep looking at that thing, eventually it's going to kind of take form. That's just something I know about myself. Um, Mistakes don't really bother me with painting, to be honest with you. You just add more paint on top of it and you're good to go. And one thing that people don't talk a lot about, I know oil paint kind of freak people out. Actually, if you worry about that, you can actually draw the canvas underneath, and you can even, if you probably don't even have to do this most cases, but you can fix your drawing with fixative. And if you make a mistake with oils, you can actually just wipe it out with a rag and your drawing is going to be right there. And the interesting thing about that is oftentimes the color is still kind of in on the drawing too. So mistakes are, you just kind of work through it. You don't, I almost don't feel like there are mistakes with oil painting. It's just the whole thing's a mistake, basically. You just kind of like keep working towards that goal. Mistakes are just part of it.
Great. Manny would like to know, do you work from life or from photograph for some or all of your works?
I'm doing so much photographs these days. I do some stuff from life. It's different though. So if you go to my website, there's a few. One that comes to mind is there's these fish, and I remember my friends in Maine. I don't even know why we did this, but they went to a market and got some fish heads and put them on a table. We all three of us sat around and painted them. So that's from life. It's a really different look, and to be honest with you, I come from the background where a lot of people were like, do not paint from photographs, and I eventually.
The tech issues
thing.
happening again.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yeah, so I actually do. I do a ton of stuff with photo reference because it's helping me get the images that I want to make. When I paint from life, it looks so different. It's just it's a totally different look, basically.
Great.
Yeah.
Marion had a follow-up question to the family question earlier.
Yeah, please.
She'd just like to know, does your family give you ideas when they're modeling? Can it sometimes feel collaborative?
No, I actually joke with them. So my wife was we were the other day we were sitting in our living room and just the light was just hitting her in the most interesting way, and I was like, I'm taking some photos of this, and I was just joking. I'm like, look mysterious, look off to the left, and no, a lot of times what we do actually is I'm not a very good photographer, so I shoot a million photos, and they're oftentimes just on a phone, and I just kind of have her move around, and a lot of times what I'm looking for is I'm looking for those really strange shots. Like as soon as she goes like this and looks at me, I know I'm not going to be able to use it. So a lot of my work I like to kind of get offbeat shots, basically.
Great. Valerie would like to know what your favorite work experience in the art industry or in general is.
I love selling my paintings. So that is the most rewarding because somebody's collecting your work, you're doing exactly what you want to do, and you're getting paid for it. I mean, that is hands down the most. I love teaching, um, but and I love making video games too. But I love painting, making my work, and then having people collect it. That's so rewarding for me.
Great. Binky would like to know, how much of the final composition do you decide from the photo reference, or do you just use it for basic form and positional reference?
I use it for um, everything pretty much, but I do change it sometimes. So actually, I'm looking right here. I've got a painting. I'm sitting in my easel here. That's my setup. Looking at it, and the hand has to go. Like the hand just isn't translating right. So I'm probably actually going to go in. If you do this, wear a mask, and I mean a real mask, a respirator. I'm going to go sand off the paint. It's that dangerous, but you don't want. I personally do it on a blanket so it doesn't get on the ground, and I've got a whole process. But basically, what I do is I will actually sand out areas and repaint them sometimes. So sometimes I do change as I'm going. I've taken entire figures out. Actually, I've got a few paintings where entire people have been taken out and replaced.
All right. Evan would like to know, do you have any tips for working with live models, whether they are family members or friends or strangers? Anything to be aware of and or avoid doing with them?
Well, I'll talk technically first. I love painting in natural light. That will give you the best results with painting in general. When I work with a live model, just know that even if they're the best model, they're never going to get back in the pose exactly the same way. And typically, most models will take breaks 20 minutes, half hour. If they go much longer than that, it can happen, but um, they're going to take breaks. So it's no different than drawing. If I'm going to do something complicated, like a hand, for example, I set myself up like I'm kind of blocking in the hand, and then I know I go, okay, this is going to be the part where I really got to draw the hand, and so basically tough areas like hands, heads, things like that. I try to block it in and then use an entire sitting of like half an hour, sometimes 40 minutes, and I'd be like, I'm going to get that hand. What else? Uh, Outside of that, no, no. I mean, your model's going to do their thing basically, and I guess just kind of roll with it. Like if they're moving a little bit, just paint them as best you can.
Great.
Yeah.
Do you have any rituals or routines that you follow while working?
I love podcasts. So I love having noise. So that's about it. It's kind of my happy place. Like tomorrow, I'm painting all day, and I'm going to be just turning on podcasts basically, and it's just a peaceful time for me. What do I listen to?
Yeah. Jen would like to know, do you have any advice on how to tackle situations where you can't find the right reference photos for what you're imagining, and also for whatever reason can't take your own photo references of that particular place, figure, pose, etc.?
So I do invent quite a bit. I will actually, you've got to be really careful with this because it can look weird. And sometimes you can see it in some of my older work. So I've gotten better at it, but I will oftentimes, a lot of my paintings will be, I will invent hands. I'll actually take on the painting. In fact, actually, I'm giving a talk on this day after tomorrow. Nah, is it tomorrow? Yeah, I think it's on Monday. You'll have to check the schedule, but I'm giving a talk on my process. And
yeah, it's on Monday.
Okay, great.
The issue just started happening right now.
No problem. So I will invent things. I will cut paste heads in Photoshop. I will basically, long story short, I never get the reference I want either, never. And I basically invent it. So I'll be showing this on Monday. I'll show you some of my reference, and I will paint. I'll invent parts of the figure and that kind of stuff, and parts of the background, definitely.
Great. Celeste says, your color palette is so consistent through all your oil paintings. It's beautiful. Do you use a limited palette with the same choice of colors every time?
It's funny, actually. I'm sure NMA has so much content. I have not gotten around to watching all of it because it's just so deep. But Mark Westermo, anything that says Mark Westermo painting is actually probably my palette. I still use that same palette. So my palette is going to be too hard to get. It's down there. It's going to be rough to get. But basically, it's a glass palette. I paint on a white palette. And it's pretty limited, but not as limited as you would think. I've got raw umber, alizarin crimson, yellow ochre. I'm trying to even remember. Yellow, cad red, titanium white. Then I've got three blues, or one blue. I've got cerulean blue, phthalo blue, and then viridian green. And that's actually pretty much it. And that is kind of just the colors I want right now. If I'm sure someday I'll probably be painting brighter stuff. The palette I use just kind of suits the images I want to make at this point. One thing I'll say actually just as I before we go on is my paintings actually are pretty honest to where I live. I live in New England, and it's a very, it looks like that, to be honest with you. Very green, very misty. That it looks a lot like my paintings.
That's great. Thank you. Nathan would like to know, does your video game work have any influence in your paintings and fine artwork, or is it the other way around, or not at all?
It's both. Actually, they both influence each other. I actually had to really work with that because okay, the bad part about video games is it kind of damaged me as an artist in the sense that I was working with so many different people that my personal vision not only didn't matter, it was detrimental sometimes. So if you're working with 30 people, you really can't say this is my vision. That's not the gig. You know, you're all working as one big unit to make something. And I did so much of that that when I finally said, I got very frustrated, to be honest with you. I said, I really want to do my own thing. I did not know what to do. I did not know what to do. And I talked about getting my MFA. And when I went in to get it, I was a mess as far as I had a bunch of things that I knew how to do, but as far as applying them to do my own thing, I didn't. So they do inform each other. The skills are the same. Boy, I'm sorry, that's such a long answer. I wish I could give a more concise answer. Yes, they do definitely inform each other. Yeah, sorry, that I can go on forever on that. I don't want to overdo it.
I mean, if you have more to say, please do.
Basically, I'll talk about the video games. When I was in video games, I did a lot of painting. So I would paint icons, I would do concept art, I would do background screens, and that was all painting. So obviously my painting only was digital. With painting that I do right now, I think actually when I look at them, they actually bear quite a resemblance to the character portraits that I did. There was a game called Dragon Shard, and if you look at that, you'll see these little character portraits in the bottom. I did a lot of these things, and I look at that and I'm like, ah, it kind of looks like my color sense and my design sense. So I think whether consciously or unconsciously, yeah, I think it's still there quite a bit.
Great. Michelle would like to know, how do you find the experience of switching between personal and professional work? Do you have a rhythm for balancing different kinds of artwork?
It's hard. I'm doing a little bit of freelance for game companies. To be honest with you, I'm teaching and painting by choice these days because I'm in a place in my life where um, my job is basically sharing what I love and then doing what I love, and that's kind of works for me right now. So I don't even necessarily know if I would fit very well going back to like a Blizzard or a Sony or something like that and getting with 50 crazy young people and being told what to do. I don't even know if I could do it.
Great. Ross would like to know, when illustrating stories like storybook fairy tales, if you aren't drawing every bit of the story like a comic or storyboard, what should we be looking for to identify key moments to illustrate? Um, would it be like key plot action points, vivid imagery in the stories, elaborating things that the text doesn't go into detail about? Are the illustrations there to reinforce the story or be an extra avenue to explore beyond the words?
Kind of all of it basically that you said, and to me it just depends. Now that's not the kind of work that I've done. I haven't done a lot of that kind of stuff. I've storyboarded, but that's kind of different. With picture books, once again, I don't want to give too deep of information. I'm kind of giving it from an outsider perspective because that's not the kind of work that I've done. But with storytelling, yeah, you want to
The issue just started happening.
fixed. We'll talk again in 5 minutes, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't want to speak too deeply on that because I just don't feel qualified. But basically, yeah, just find the key story points and yeah, and work from those.
Great. Liz says, you've spoken in your sessions before about not getting trapped in the box of other people's expectations for your work. How do you avoid becoming the guy that does that one thing and only that one thing?
That's yeah, good. That's being trapped by success. Just have to kind of so that's a really good question. I would say that, in my opinion, I've never been interested in somebody that's like, I'm the guy that paints rabbits and this gallery sells them. I've never wanted to be that person. I think if you don't do that, you're going to self a little bit in commercially with some success, and you have to be willing to accept that. I'm more than willing to accept that. I'm fine. I've got other sources of income, and to me, it's really important to be honest in my work and paint the things that I want to paint. So, yeah, that's a good question. I won't name names. We all have seen painters and artists that it starts to get stale after a while. They get to known for this thing, and they get trapped. Kind of starts to backfire, I think, after a while. I don't want to be that person.
Great. How do you maintain consistency in your artwork over time?
I don't think I do, honestly. I think it kind of gradually changes. And somebody said this to me years ago, and we were looking at some old drawings that he did, and he's like, "God, I can't draw like that anymore." And it's like, how can you not draw like that? Like he draws really well, and it's kind of looked the same, but now I kind of get it. I was like, yeah, I kind of get it. I don't think he could draw quite, and he draws great right now, but these drawings, I don't think he could channel that exact person. Kind of evolve. If I look at my stuff from like 6, 7 years ago, it might look consistent to some, but I can see a lot of things changing. And that's actually a problem. Um, I have more than a few times been contacted by galleries that will see things on the website that are sold from the past, and they say, "Can you make that again?" And it does not work. Can't do it. It doesn't. Believe it or not, it doesn't work.
Great. Binky has a question. How do you begin to learn color theory? As someone who is still early into the anime pipeline, it still seems like black magic to them.
Yeah. So My opinion on this, I think if people start getting too crazy with color theory, run. So if you see like charts and it's just getting insane, my opinion on that is run. I would keep it very simple, and I think that will teach you. So, a good way to do that, there's a palette called the Zorn palette. Anders Zorn, the painter, and he made basically a 4-color palette. It's, long story short, it's yellow, blue, red, and white, and it's yellow in the form of like yellow ochre. Somebody in chat probably knows more about than I do, but the Zorn palette is a simple palette, and I think for color, the best thing you can do is try to keep your colors simple and look at people that do color really well and just kind of just copy it. I know it sounds overly simplified, but I think if you copy it and observe it, I think over time you will start to um, channel it and keep it simple.
Great. Um, do you think having 5 value groups is better than 10 value groups when you plan your painting? And what they mean by this is more value groups inherently better?
So I understand. I'm not sure I can break it down like that myself when I think of it. I'm not saying that's not a valid way. I don't know. Think to me, there's almost like infinite value groups. So I don't. I mean, I'm sure like if you looked at one of my paintings, you'd probably find. I'm not even exaggerating. Probably like 3,000 value groups or more. And maybe I'm not understanding of what a value group is, but generally speaking, I think the simpler you keep things, the more impact it's going to have. So I don't think you need to have the value. I think if it's got a strong black and white read and you're kind of careful with your halftones, I think the painting's going to look good. One thing I'll say just before I move on from this is if you look at Sargent, Sargent paintings are actually a lot simpler than you think they would be if you've been lucky enough to see Sargent in person. They're wonderful. I mean, it's like the ultimate oil painter in my opinion, but they're actually really simple. And I mean that in like a really admirable way. Simple, beautiful.
Great. What would you say is your approach to teaching art to students?
Depends on the student. I try to find out what student needs, and I try to listen because I think everybody's kind of got their own path. So I can speak for myself. I was never a disciple, meaning you would go into classes sometimes and there would be somebody who had been somebody's student for like 8 years and kind of had the whole thing down. I was never good like that. I was always kind of somebody who would pick up a little bit from somebody, kind of move on. I was a very clumsy learner. So,
The
oh,
tech
yep.
issue just started happening.
So just to finish that statement, I was a very clumsy learner, and that goes all the way back to high school and grade school, following me into adult life. And I had a very zigzaggy path. So I try to listen to people and just kind of give them what I think that they want and what they need. I think that's the best way to do it. And try not to judge, basically.
Great. And would you say that online teaching and online learning has affected this in any way?
Oh, how I teach?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. It's different for sure. It's got there's advantages to it too. It's got advantages and disadvantages. I think the thing I love about online learning is that you can really things down. So when somebody does something, you can rewind it and look at it again and again. And the one thing about online learning, you guys are actually really, really lucky. A lot of these people, so I'll talk about Mark Westermo. I kid you not, I used to drive an hour and a half to 2 hours to study with him. Um, he's not even alive anymore. And his beautiful lectures are right there for you. It's amazing. It's actually um, really, really amazing. And they're recorded so beautifully. And no, it's different. Online teaching is amazing. It's a different beast. You have to teach kind of differently, I think.
Great. Evan has a follow-up question
Yeah.
to that. What is your advice for teaching students, not just art, when you're extremely passionate about your subject? How can you avoid overwhelming the student / beginner?
That's, yeah, I know what you're saying. So we've had all those teachers that love the thing that they're teaching, and they're great at it, and they just almost get carried away. I'm probably guilty of that. That's a good question. So I think that people are good for teaching different students, and I think that there are definitely to not overwhelm them. I understand. There's definitely a time where a student says, I understand there's a million ways of doing something. I need one good way that's going to work. Totally valid. If somebody says that to me, or I sense that that's where they're at, it's going to be a different conversation. Then we can certainly kind of go the mode of like, okay, let's talk about values. Let's talk about kind of nuts and bolts, and let's approach this from a different standpoint. So once again, that kind of speaks to different students, different needs. But yeah, no, there's definitely a time where if you're like, there's a million ways to do art, and it's not all, that'll overwhelm people sometimes. I totally understand that.
Great. Ross has a question from your music degree, which you've mentioned in group coaching before. What ideas from music composition did you bring over to art, and did you avoid, and if you avoided the theory composition classes, what have you taken from the musical performance to visual art?
Oh, that's a good question. I thought about that. I don't think anything kind of similar to narrative. I don't think anything conscious. Discipline, I think, of any kind of art and learning it is very similar. So music is really kind of the same thing. So like to give you an example, with art, if you want to have a fluid line, that comes from years and years of training your hand and training your knowledge so you know what you're drawing, your hand can respond. Music is the same kind of thing. It's just kind of like practice, practice, practice so that you can actually speak with the instrument fluidly. I don't think I can say anything really directly like I could. I'm sorry, I can't say anything like directly with that. I can't think of a good way to put that.
Great. Pete would like to know, what would you say are the advantages and disadvantages of your eclectic learning style?
Oh God, lots of disadvantages. I think if you're able to, God, I'm so envious of those people that just knew what they wanted to do, went to art school right off the bat at 18, were good students, and ta-da! Boy, that's rarefied air. My path is not for the faint of heart. I could go into that. It was intense and crazy. So I'll give you one example of what I'm talking about. Just a couple. I took jobs specifically to be near artists I like to learn. And there was an artist named Glenn Orbick, if you guys don't know him. Uh, Unbelievable teacher, Orbik, Glenn Orbick in Los Angeles. If you ever get a chance to Google his work, look at it. It's fantastic. Anyway, I took a job to be near him to study for a couple of years, and I just risked like life and limb at this game studio, trying to get out of there by 6 o'clock every night. People would get mad at me, you know, go study with Glenn until like 10 at night. I mean, it was a lot of work, drive home. That's an easy one too. I mean, I can talk about when I would wake up and how far I drive. You can do it the easy way, do it the easy way. Don't do it like me.
Great. If you could meet any artist, past or present, who would you pick and why?
That's a good question. I think I'd really love to meet Rembrandt and watch Rembrandt.
The issue just started happening.
I think I'd love to meet Rembrandt and watch Rembrandt draw and paint. That'd be amazing. There's just like no, there's no record of it. I mean, we just have the stuff, and it's just so brilliant.
How would you say you encourage creativity in your students when you're teaching?
I think it's really important. I'm perhaps almost to a fault, encourage it. So I don't think. How should I say this? I've been teaching for a while, and I've had a lot of students come and go, and I've sort of seen where people go with things. And long term, I've actually felt that the students where you were a little bit less restrictive, I've seen results long term that I've been a little happier with. They kind of give people a break. So, for example, if I'm in a class and there's a student who everything looks kind of manga and that's kind of how she's drawing, I'm gonna kind of like go with it. I'm not going to try to hammer it out of them. You know what I mean? I sort of feel like the best way to teach is to kind of go, here are some options. I'm going to hammer out of you what you love to do. Here's some options. Over time, you'll just kind of burn out on it, maybe on your own, and you'll kind of figure something out. I don't know. I hope that answers the question.
Great. Evan would like to know what the S on your wall means.
Nothing. It's we just got it. I think it's my last name's Snyder, so I think it's just I'm in a little basement room here. So I think it's just for our last name, we just hung it on the wall. It doesn't mean anything.
Great. And Valerie would like to know what are 3 albums that you think everybody should listen to?
Oh my God, 3 albums
musically.
God, now that music is just such personal taste. But I would say Prince, "Sign of the Times," is kind of always on my playlist. Boy, Tony Rice, Manzanita, and Amos Little Earthquakes, maybe. I'm thinking about just like classic, so that I play all the time.
Great. And Manny had a question following up to the workflow question earlier, the ritual one where you answered that you listen to podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
He'd like to know if you have any podcast recommendations for him, because that's his ritual as well.
So I just listen to Dribble. God, let me pull out my thing. I can't even remember what I'm listening to. I'm listening to, let me pull up my podcast. I don't even know them by name. I'm listening
What's your
to,
poison?
No Guitar is Safe. Play guitar, that is a must. No Guitar is Safe is so basically that's a podcast where if there's a pop singer and they've got some player that nobody knows about, whatever, but they're amazing, that's sort of their time to shine. You hear it, you kind of get to know these people. It's an amazing podcast. There was a podcast called Mortified that they just stopped it, where people read their old diaries. That's a lot of fun. I'm just looking at my podcast here. Wong Notes is a guitar podcast by a guy named Corey Wong. I don't know, just got a bunch of stuff here.
If you'd like, you could send that list to me through email and I could post it.
Yeah, I don't listen to art podcasts, strangely. I just, I do sometimes, but fine, you guys could actually share with me. I really don't find many painting podcasts where I'm interested. I don't know why. It's a weird thing. I'm just not that interested in it.
Great. We have a question from Pete. Does the individual painting dictate its mood, or do you?
Boy, well, I'm the one making it, so obviously I'm kind of dictating it. I think as you make something, it kind of starts to tell you what to do. That's a weird thing to say, but you kind of, even if you've planned the reference, you're going to kind of see it and go, oh, okay, I kind of see where this is going. So I think after a while, the work will kind of tell you what to do.
Great. And sort of a follow-up to that, how do you determine when a piece of artwork is finished, would you say?
That's a really good question. So that's actually another place where reference helps me. So if I look at the reference and I go, oh, it's not perfect, but this looks like what the reference is my goal. You know what I mean? This is something that I wanted to work with, and it shows it good enough, and there you go. All done.
Great. We have time for a few more questions. We're nearing the end now, but how would you say you deal with creative blocks?
I just keep going. So I can probably speak for everybody here, but we've all got ups and downs with this. I'm on a little bit of a down at the moment, and I'm just using it to teach, and I'm using it to paint. And honestly, I've had a million of these things, and what I do, same pattern every time. When I know I'm on a bit of a down, and I don't mean it down in a depressing way, but just not a lot's happening. I've been in magazines. They don't want to talk to me right now because they've talked to me a year ago or whatever.
The issue just started happening. Hopefully the last time we have to do that.
Yeah, no worries. Can you hear me again?
Yep.
Long story short, blocks and downtimes, I call them downtimes, happen to everybody, and I don't worry about it. It's happened to me countless times. Like I said, I'm kind of with it right now, and I see it as sort of a hibernation time. I just make work. I kind of make plans. I down little things that I'll figure out. I'll go, oh, this is a contest I can enter. This is a gallery. I build up a body of work, and I kind of set a goal. In this particular case, my goal is end of summer. And I go, I want to have 14 new pieces, and here's a list of things I can do, and boom, boom, boom. And then things get busy again, and it starts again. So I always kind of look at blocks as a time just to make work, make plans, and have fun. And then in, due time, pull the trigger again, and boom, things happen again. That's how it works for me.
Great. We have time for one more question.
Sure.
Do you enjoy collaborating with other artists on podcast or on projects? Sorry.
I'd love to, actually. I've just never done it. I've reached out to friends of mine, and nobody's ever picked up on that with me. So I've got a few people in the past that I've been interested in, and it just has never happened. So I've never done it, actually, surprisingly, except for making video games.
Would you like to in the future, or?
Yeah, it could be really interesting. I mean, definitely, yeah. Hit me up.
Great. This is the end of the Q&A session. Thank you so much, Britt, for joining us today, and thank you everybody that joined and asked questions. In about 5 minutes from now, we have a Botanical session with Catherine, so please stay tuned for that. And again, thank you so much, Britt.
All right, guys. All right,
Thank
talk
you,
soon.
Britt.
Oh, and my what is it? It's on Monday. If you're interested in how I paint, I'll be sharing my process and answering questions on that.
Yeah, be sure to join that.
All right, guys. Talk soon.
See ya.
Thank you, Britt. Thank you, Dylan. All right. So in the next 4 minutes, we'll have Catherine coming up for her floral and botanical work. And that is our last event, last planned workshop, and then we have concluding remarks, and then that'll be it for World Art Day. So be sure, I'm sure you've been doing, tag us on Instagram and other social media with @NewMastersAcademy. If you've done any work throughout this weekend, if you do any work tomorrow, if you've been cured of artist block or been inspired, go on and do some art, and make sure you tag us, and also do hashtag Path to Mastery. Hello, Peter. Also, if you're just tuning in on YouTube, make sure to check out our Discord. That's where we have basically our digital campus for the New Masters Academy community. You'll get to talk to all the lots of students. The instructors pop in every once in a while. We have our group coaching community as well, and we have all sorts of events like this one today.
Awesome. While we're waiting here, just want to say a huge thank you to Manny as well. Manny's stuck through the entire day, and you've been a huge support, great host. So thanks, Manny.
It's the least I could do. This I wouldn't be doing the art I'm doing, and I wouldn't be, happy with this if it wasn't for New Master. So it's the least I can do, really. And the community is fantastic. Like, it's like this, and my group chat of friends is the only Discord server that I check on a daily basis.
Me as well. 100%. I love this community.
It is truly an amazing place. Uh, thank you, Peter. You have done amazing as well. You stuck it out, and you're in New Zealand, so I don't know what that time change is. At this point, my brain hurts.
Well,
So,
I'll give you a hint. It's already Sunday.
oh man, yeah, I'm at 9 a.m. and I'm on like my fifth cup of coffee.
You really pulled the all-nighter. You deserve a real vacation after this.
No, dude, I think you're doing the all-nighter here so far. I get to probably go to sleep at a reasonable amount of time in a couple hours. So thank you, Peter. I know you do the live streams for all the instructors. Well, some how many instructors do you do the live stream for? I know you have Catherine in the studio painting and
We have 5 right now, and then of course
yeah,
Daniel. Like huge thanks to Daniel as well, because
yeah,
Daniel's been doing
absolutely,
Glenn Vilpu for literally years.
yeah, since the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, huge thanks to you. Like, I mean, the live classes have been such a fascinating opportunity for the students to submit their work and get live critiques on a weekly basis. We have Charles Hughes doing the figure and entertainment class. We have Catherine who's doing the studio painting
We have
course.
Miles
We have
Yoshida.
Miles Yoshida is doing the vibrant
Yeah.
watercolor and gouache painting. Lots of options, and we announce them each term. We have
We have Larissa
some
Morantz as
repeating
well.
classes.
Picture book.
Yes, excellent. Yes, I love her character design class, and picture book is on my list
Yeah, she's
to
fantastic. And of
check
course
out.
Renee's been doing the fundamentals of drawing a perspective with us like for 3 terms now, and that's like a
It is a
12-week
solid
class,
class.
so
So
it's
much.
huge.
The student, it's fantastic. I know I'm in grad school, so I don't get to take these live classes. I tell myself I'm going to take them, and then I end up uh, crying in a corner from all the homework I gotta do. But no, I see every single person that takes the fundamentals of drawing and perspective comes out like a super soldier, and at the end, like Steve Rogers in Avengers, like you just inject the super serum, and then they're all muscly and they can draw. so so yeah, it's fantastic.
Okay, before we go too far down that rabbit hole, I think we should get Catherine up on stage
Yeah,
and get this
absolutely. Come on.
botanical evening. I think would be the better name. Get this thing started.
I was just enjoying listening to that. That was really sweet, and I like the super serum metaphor. That's really good. I think it's true. Yeah, I mean, I'm always so impressed with the work that comes out of that class. It's amazing. So, yeah,
You did a lot.
absolutely.
You did a lot of super serum injecting with the beginners guide to drawing for quite a long
I
time.
loved
So yeah,
teaching that. I loved teaching that. Yes, and Peter was so patient putting up with me through all of that.
No.
Um, oh no. Anyway, you have to remind me, Peter. Actually, speaking of being patient, how to do this screen share thing.
Yeah,
um,
absolutely.
okay. Hi,
We can
everybody.
get on with that now.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. So Catherine,
Hey, Manny.
have some fun.
I shall try. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back, Catherine. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Woohoo! I'm ready. Hi,
So,
everybody. Go ahead.
no, please go ahead. We can do
No,
the
you go ahead.
computer
You
thing
tell me
after.
what I'm supposed to do.
Okay, let's do it. All right, so if you have OBS open on your computer now,
Yeah.
you can just go ahead and share your whole display. So share your screen is down the bottom right next to the camera icon.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's why I was confused. Okay. So share entire screen, right?
Yep, it'll be share the entire
Okay.
screen.
Okay. Right. And then I do that, right?
I can see that loading there. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. You see that?
Hasn't turned up just yet. We'll just wait a couple more seconds.
Okay. Fun.
Okay. How about we try and share OBS window for now?
Okay. You see that?
Oh, apparently they could see it before. Maybe
Oh,
this is
okay.
on my end.
Weird.
Can I have somebody else confirm that they can see the screen before? Okay, most people can't see it.
Okay.
So I can't see it right now. Let's see. Why don't you try leaving the room and coming back,
Okay.
and then we'll try and share display again.
All right, right on. I'll see you guys in a second. Hello again. Okay, try this
Back.
again.
Long time no see.
I know. Gosh, we thought we had this all figured out, right? Um, so what shall I try to share just the window or the entire screen again?
So try and share the entire screen.
Okay.
Okay, Wiggly Line can see it. If anyone can help us out for how everyone else can see it, that would be super helpful. Yes, please, come on stage.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi.
Yes, hi. So for anybody that cannot see it, it helps if you press on a speaker's video, the camera, and it will like smaller than that, and you'll be able to see the screen share. Because the screen share can get sneaky and like hide itself away.
Okay, it doesn't seem to work for me when I click on it.
Still can? That's weird. That works for me.
What shall we do, Peter?
Figure this out.
Okay. All right.
Why don't you try stopping the screen share, and then maybe, I have no idea if this will work, but try turning your camera off and then share your screen.
Oh, okay.
And we have some friends behind the scene who are helping us troubleshoot here, so we're not completely in the dark.
Right on.
I see it.
Yay, Manny!
Manny
Is that
can see
Manny?
it.
I can't
I
actually
can't
see
see
anything.
it just yet.
Okay.
So Manny is saying if you're on PC or Mac, try and hit the view option and reload your Discord app. Let's see. View option?
Yeah, not just Catherine. If you're on, I mean, if you've been on the entire day, or just hit view on the app and then reload, and that would be like Command or Shift R, and see if that helps a little bit. Because I did that and then be sure her screen and it worked for me.
Where's the view option, Manny?
If you're on the Mac, that would be like on the top menu. There's like Discord edit view, and view has the option for reload or toggle full screen. And okay, well, we're troubleshooting. If I could get folks to react to my message to see just how many folks are not able to see the stream in the audience, that would be helpful as well. So Catherine,
Yes.
while we're doing this, let me ask you some questions, and we
Oh,
could
sure.
take like a couple questions from the chat as well. Um, so how you've been with anime for quite a long time, correct? And
Yes. Since 2017, I think is what Natalie said.
yes,
Yes.
uh,
That
you
sounds
were
right.
doing you were doing the coaching before. You're, I think, one of the longest running coaches.
Um, yeah, I suppose so. I don't quite know who else has sort of filtered in and out of coaching, but I was definitely one of the first coaches. Yeah, and it's been a really, really interesting journey to watch the progression of how the program has changed and how students have, grown and developed over the course of all of that time. I mean, I have some students that I've worked with since 2017. So that's uh, really interesting. It's a interesting program, working with one person like that for such a long period of time. So, yeah.
No, absolutely. I agree. I mean, one of the things that I'm an instructional designer in my 9 to 5, and one of the things that the research points to is quite literally one-on-one training is some of the best things you can have for like
Mm.
learning, and then comes the group, and then it comes like the lectures and so on and so on. So, could you speak to a little bit to what are the most common issues that you find students come in at the beginning, and how that progresses when they come and go through the coaching process?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, there's probably a few things that come to mind. I mean, I think um, for a lot of people, if they haven't had much experience with really training with a lot of direction or with a lot of purpose or with a lot of structure in art, it can be, um, I think, kind of a surprise that, well, really, you should aside study time. You really should
Catherine,
work on specific assignments. Oh, sorry,
Catherine,
did you say
sorry
something?
to interrupt it. Yes,
Yeah,
we
go ahead.
might be switching the server connection for the stage channel, so we
Okay,
might get booted out. I don't want to cut
okay,
you off, and also want to
okay,
warn people that if you get disconnected, it's because we're resetting the connection so we have a better.
right on.
So please come back. We're not ending this early at all. We're just getting this troubleshooted. So,
I
go
think
ahead
I'm
and
gonna leave, Manny.
Dylan,
Sorry.
Dylan,
Yes.
pull
See you
the
soon,
pull
guys.
the trigger. You know, in higher ed, there's this thing where if the professor doesn't show up in like 15 minutes, in 20 minutes if they have a PhD, then you're allowed to leave from class.
Okay, why is it 20 minutes
I,
for the PhD?
I don't know.
Seems
I
unfair.
think it's just like the kind of like the unspoken rule. Like if they're a master's degree, the like 15-minute wait, and if it's a PhD, you wait at least 5 more minutes just because. But that's when it's kind of a meme. Like, oh, I'm legally allowed to leave now because waited 20 minutes.
I remember hearing that too. I mean, I've heard the exact same thing. I just I never heard you got more time if you're a PhD. That's really funny. But I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Those PhD folks, right? I mean, they live on their own clock, right?
Oh my God. Yeah. Don't get me started, please.
So, Catherine, just while
Yes.
we're troubleshooting here, we'll just try one more thing because we did
Mhm.
have this room refresh. So I'll get you to go ahead and stop sharing your screen because
Sure.
I think you've been sharing it the whole time. Uh, and since it's refreshed, let's see if it works now.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is this can people see it?
Nope, I do not believe they can. Okay,
All right.
one second here, guys. Thanks for your patience.
I just know Discord has to be sweating a marathon, the marathon event. If you're on Discord mobile and you're not able to see the screen, one of the things I could recommend is again, we recommend it for those using PC and Mac to do the reload of the Discord. If you're on a mobile device, you can always kill the app. That would be like just fully swipe up on the app itself so it shuts off, and then coming back into the session. See if that helps a little bit.
Okay, guys. Catherine and I are going to leave, and we have one other thing to try. So what I'm going to do, Catherine, is I will private call you in Discord. We think we
Sure.
have a solution. So
Oh,
thank you, guys.
okay.
Just bear with us for a couple more minutes.
BRB.
Okay.
All right. So while we're waiting, once again, I just want to say thank you everybody that has been watching and tuned in. Be sure to check out our Discord server if you haven't already and you're streaming from YouTube. It is the digital campus for the New Masters Academy, New Masters community. And it is where you can see, you can talk to other students that are taking the same courses as you. I know community has been emphasized quite a lot throughout this day. You can also look at or participate in a Drawing One course, which is completely free. You don't have to have a subscription to participate. You get interactive feedback and support from TAs in the process of doing the assignments. And you also have a forum space for each and all of the courses that are on the New Masters catalog. We are working on resolving this issue with the stream for Catherine's Botanical workshop. So just stay tuned. In the meantime, if you have done any art this weekend, today throughout the sessions, be sure to also share it either on the channel or send it to us, tag us on social media at New Masters Academy on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and use hashtag Path to Mastery. Also want to remind everybody that we have some promos for the next 3 days. Looks like we're almost
Okay, let's test if we have audio.
can everybody
We
see?
do.
Yep.
I don't know what's happening.
Right.
I can't see anything on my screen except for my palette and stuff.
Okay, so Catherine,
So, yeah.
we're streaming now from here into Discord, so we can
Oh,
actually
okay,
go
right
ahead
on.
and get started now.
Awesome. Let's get started. Hi, everybody. And we can take questions and stuff, Peter, right? Questions, please go ahead and ask. All right, so I have
All right, I'm
my
gonna jump off stage.
easel here, surface, palette, colors. I'll tell you what those are. And my reference is down in the right-hand corner there. So these are just some daisies that I photographed the other day. And I'm going to paint them. I like painting daisies as kind of an intro to flower painting. There's a lot of concepts with this particular flower that are very applicable to any other kind of more complex flower shape that you might want to paint. There's a lot of fun things that you can do with negative painting and edges and subtle color temperature things and stuff like that. So we'll talk about it. Okay, on my palette here, Cad Lemon, Titanium White, Cadmium Yellow Deep, Yellow Ochre, Viridian, Raw Umber, Burnt Umber, Ivory Black, and then this is Michael Harding, Brilliant Pink. And my surface is oil primed linen panel. Okay, so let's jump in and then just yell at me if there's questions, but otherwise I'll just try to talk a little bit about what I'm doing. Okay, so I have some burnt umber and ivory black that I'm mixing together with a little bit of my medium, which is just a lavender spike oil and a little bit of stand oil. And I'm going to start sketching in some very basic shapes for the daisies, kind of imagining them basically like sort of a cone shape or a saucer shape, trying to think of them as a very, very simple three-dimensional geometric form, which is absolutely critical for painting flowers or for drawing them. I think one of the biggest mistakes that I see people make with flower paintings, and there are a lot of really bad flower paintings in the world, unfortunately. But one very common thing I see is that people will sort of think about all those little individual petals and not think so much about the underlying structure or what sort of keeps that form unified and connected as a single object and not just a collection of petals. This one's behind. I think I'm just going to do these kind of three main flowers here. And by the way, I'm just painting with a hog's hair brush, which is, I think, a nice brush to start out early on in the painting process because they're pretty stiff and they hold a lot of paint. So it's a good way to just load up the surface quickly and get the big shapes blocked in.
Okay, we already have
Okay.
a couple of questions.
Oh, sure, go for it.
So Jen is just asking, what's the surface that you're painting on again, Catherine?
Yes, this surface, I made this. It's a piece of Belgian linen. It's Claessens 13, which is an oil primed linen. It's like a portrait grade linen that I glued to a piece of masonite or hardboard. And then I actually painted something on it. I don't know what it was, but it didn't work out. So I painted over it with more, I think that's titanium white oil paint. Sometimes I use lead, but the lead white looks a little bit different. This is really, really white, so I think it must be titanium. So that's what it is. It's just oil primed linen, portrait grade linen, mounted on a piece of hardboard. I used to do that a lot. I kind of don't bother to make my own surfaces like that so much anymore because it takes a lot of space and time that I don't always super have. But and also I actually don't like painting on linen that much anymore. I sort of prefer to just have an oil primed panel, and that's really I find a much nicer surface. But after the linen has a few coats of oil like that on it, it's really, really smooth. So you almost don't even notice the linen texture so much. By the way, this is just titanium white, yellow ochre, a little bit of raw umber. And I might put just a wee smidge of ivory black in that to start blocking in some shadow shapes. Again, just with a hog's hair bristle brush, filbert. Was there another question, Peter?
Oh yes, we have lots of materials questions.
Okay, go ahead.
And materials
Fire away.
questions are Catherine's kryptonite. So if you
I
want her
love
to
it.
talk all day, if you want to keep Catherine overtime, keep those questions coming. She can't help
Oh yeah, we
herself.
have to make up time, don't we? I'm kidding. Go ahead.
You can stay as long as you want tonight, Catherine.
Right on.
So Purple is asking, is there a name for those brushes? I went to an art store asking for stiff brushes, but the brushes they showed me for oil painting were as stiff as I thought they would be. Maybe we're not as
Um,
stiff as I thought they would be.
yeah. So these are hog's hair bristle brushes. These are, if you want specifics, it's the Da Vinci Maestro 2, which are very nice. And when you kind of feel the brush like that, it has a sort of snappiness to it. You see it just snaps right back into place. And it's very coarse. It's natural hair, so it's a very coarse hair. And so that coarse hair and the fact that it is a natural hair, it has little basically like split ends, right? Like, you have split ends in your own hair. Not me, of course, but anyway, but that holds on to the paint basically so that when you pick up paint, it really applies a lot of paint because of all the volume of that coarse hair and those little filaments that hold the paint. So that's what you want basically. I also have, I really will talk all day about brushes if you let me, Peter. This is like a synthetic hog's hair. And you can, I mean, it's hard to tell probably on camera, but you can see that it just doesn't have quite the same sort of texture or coarseness. And it's nice, but it's just, I use both of them, but for certain things, I really prefer the real deal. And lots of different makers do hog's hair brushes. I used to always use the Robert Simmons Signet brushes. I don't think I have one of those right now. Oh yeah, looks like that, right? Has this like tan and green handle. It's a good brush. But I don't know. They're all kind of similar in my experience. So just avoid the really cheap, crummy ones because those will tend to not have a good snap to them. The inexpensive ones are usually just a lower quality hair and they won't keep their shape so nicely. And they won't have the same texture basically. So I hope that helps, Purple. Is there more or should I talk?
It's up to you, Catherine. We can do questions all day, or maybe we
Right.
we can talk about the next step and then jump into some more questions.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit. I'm blocking in some shadow shapes. I'm going to go into the background in just a second and block in some of the darks around the flowers. But I'm really trying to think about the flower almost being like a little cone shape. Hang on, I have this thing is covered in oil, so it's kind of gross, but it's like I have a little funnel here. So you can imagine each one of those daisies being like a little cone kind of moving in and out of the light. And what would that look like, right? Don't mind all the linseed oil. It's just oil. So I try to visualize it like that basically. So as this daisy, for example, is turning into the light, if you think about it three-dimensionally, this whole side here is actually in shadow. It's actually turning away from the light slightly. And then this side over here is receiving light. So even though this side over here doesn't seem all that dark, I'm still going to push it into a shadow because it is facing away from the light. So if I'm thinking about it just in simple geometric terms and not just following exactly what I see in the reference right away too quickly, then I can get a more strong sense of dimension and form in the painting overall. Okay, so that's what I'm doing there. I'm going to jump back into the background because really you shouldn't paint for too long on just a white surface like this. It's hard to judge your values. It's hard to see where you're going with, where's my palette knife? It's hard to see where you're going with your overall shapes and value structure if you don't have some context around the subject. And then also, guys, clean your palette. Very, very important. I'm just going to use my palette knife to mix a good little chunk of paint to use in the background. So that's Ivory Black, Viridian. Maybe I'll just throw in a little bit of Burnt Umber just for funsies. So keep that a little bit warmer and not too blue. And then I'll add some titanium white. And I picked these colors, by the way, just sort of guessing more or less what would be needed to paint this particular scene. It's not a super colorful scene. And the few colors that really stand out, like the greens and the blues, for example, are actually really pretty subtle. So even though they seem really intense, it's more intense because the flowers or the petals don't have a lot of color, and the background is really kind of gray. So really, you don't necessarily need as much color as you think to paint something like that. And I threw in the brilliant pink, basically, just to maybe do something fun with it. It's not something that I use that often anymore, but it can be nice to just bring a little bit of warmth or a little bit more vibrancy to your lights, especially, or to core shadow edges or the edges of cast shadows. That's really fun, actually. And I used to always do my signature in that color. I haven't done that in a while, but anyway. I just adjusted that because the color was a little bit too dark and a little bit too warm. So I added some more ivory black and a little bit more viridian green.
All right, let's bring another question in.
Go for it,
Carolina
please.
is asking, what did you glue the linen to the board with?
Oh, that's a good question. What did I use? um, I probably used just like M3 spray adhesive, like you would get at the hardware store. Which I'm not sure that's the best thing to use, by the way. But if I was doing this today, I would probably use some kind of archival, like PVA glue. Actually, I do use that sometimes sometimes I paint on paper, and then I'll mount that to a board, and I'll use a PVA, just like white glue, basically, which is archival and good stuff to use, actually. So essentially Elmer's glue. You can use that. Okay. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, was there another one?
Oh yeah, you're gonna love this one.
Okay, great.
Song is
Bring it on.
asking how to choose colors when there are transparent and opaque written on the labels.
Okay, that's a good question. So it kind of depends on what you're doing. If you are painting a little alla prima study like this, like I'm doing right now, where I'm basically just gonna paint this thing in one layer and then just toss it aside or possibly scrub it, you don't really need to worry too much about opaque versus transparent. Opaque or transparent is more, comes into play more if you are really planning on doing a lot of layering or glazing, um, where you might want the benefit of using a transparent color. Um, so if, for example, if I was going to let this whole thing dry and then decide later that I might want to glaze over certain areas in order to adjust some of the colors that I see, or to bring more luminosity or more vibrancy or variation to something, then it would be better definitely to do that with a transparent color, because you wouldn't have to overload your paint with medium in order to get a transparent application. Um, uh, when you're painting alla prima, it matters less, but you still might want to think about it in some instances. So, for example, if you are painting shadows, that can be a really good time to break out your more transparent colors, because they will appear to recede a little bit compared to your lights, which will tend to be very opaque, because titanium white is pretty much always the most opaque color on the palette. Um, so those are some things to think about, but it also depends on the kind of look that you're going for, the kind of technique that you're using, most especially if you're painting indirectly, or just doing a direct alla prima sketch. So I hope that helps. Good question.
Awesome. I will just throw in one more question just because it's relevant
Sure,
to this
please.
stage.
Go ahead.
Dimbiat is asking, what made you pick a brown color for the sketch?
For the lines, you mean? I can answer
I
that.
believe so, yes.
So I picked a earth tone kind of color, because that is a very safe thing to start out with. If I use well, if I use like the green, for example, it's going to end up infecting all of my colors with green. Or with yellow, same thing, especially those cadmium colors, they can be pretty strong. So I wouldn't want to mess around with those too early on, like in a sketch phase, because they can end up just continuing to contaminate and spread around and infect all the other colors, where you might not necessarily want that that intensity or that saturation to happen. So usually we'll start out with earth tone colors, because if they mix in with other things, it's really just not the end of the world. It's a kind of a controlled situation, and not something that is going to like radically shift the hue or the saturation of the next colors that you put over it. That being said, you can start with other things. Um, I think that's definitely something that you can experiment with and try variations of yourself and just explore, because you know you might find some really interesting effects that way too. It just depends on what you're going for and what kind of look you want in the final image. So I hope that answers your question. That's another good question. All right, I'm painting a little bit of the centers now on those little daisies, which are green, but also still three-dimensional. So for example, this little flower center here, it has a light side on the left here. So I use a bit more of my cad lemon, more or less straight. And then of course it moves into shadow towards the right. So I will make the right side a bit darker. And I made the right side darker, by the way, with a little bit of raw umber, I think, and burnt umber and green. So I ended up using a few different colors there. I like to think when I'm selecting colors or hues, I like to think about giving the colors pairs, basically. So like the yellow, cad lemon yellow, the cad yellow deep, and the yellow ochre are all teamed up with the raw umber here. And the brilliant pink and the burnt umber go together, and the black and the viridian go together as well. So if I need to darken or desaturate any of my yellows, I'll go to the raw umber. If I want to adjust the brilliant pink, I would go to the burnt umber. And if I need to adjust the viridian, I would go to black. Because that way you're not going to shift the hue as much with that additional color. Every time you mix a color, or anytime you mix two colors together when you're painting, you're not just making an adjustment, like say in value. So for example, if I'm adding white over here, I'm not just adjusting the value to be lighter, I'm also adjusting the hue slightly, and I'm adjusting saturation as well, right? All those same things happen at once, right? You can't just adjust one of those components. You're always going to end up shifting all of them. So if you want to darken a specific color on your palette, um, you have to think a little bit about what exact color you're using to do that, so you don't make too big of an adjustment in the hue. So I hope that makes sense. Were there other questions at all?
Yes. So let's see here. Dylan D is asking, you mentioned getting the overall form of the flower rather than focusing on drawing the petals. Would you recommend constructing the flower in the sense of constructing a figure for this? And Jen has a extension of that question, which is that also true when drawing flowers with a pencil and pen as opposed to just painting them?
Yeah, I think it's definitely true that you should probably think even more about construction if you're drawing with a pencil, or especially a pen, because you have a lot less uh, uh, forgiveness, basically. I mean, if you're painting, I mean, one problem with oil painting, like the kind of the fun of it, but also the issue with it is that it's just so mushy. I can just like kind of, you know, push this around all day if I feel like it. And because of that, you can really lose a lot of feeling of structure and form as you're working. So, um, so you should absolutely build your sense of form and dimension and how those things work when you're drawing too, just like as you would with a figure, and regardless of medium, at least in my opinion. Did that answer the question? I don't even know. But it's a good question, especially about uh, the differences in mediums changing your approach. I mean, sometimes the medium does change your approach, but I think in this case, it's more like you have to have that a little bit of that construction understanding in your mind um, when you come to oil painting even more strongly, because it will end up disappearing quite quickly, or you can lose it very quickly. So you should practice those things more in your dry media exercises and with your other subjects that you work on as well. All right, I'm going to start in just a second here. As soon as I get the last of these light shapes just sort of built in, using the background and the value of the background more to paint in around these flowers to sort of start to a little bit individualize some of the petals. And you'll notice that, well, I don't know how well you can see it, but I made this flower over here, which is, way pushed behind, a little bit darker overall. This middle one here is going to have the most contrast, and this one over on the left is going to be the lightest overall. The light areas are the lightest, but the shadow is actually the lightest as well. So there's a gradation between each of those flowers and how they shift in terms of their value range and contrast as they move away from the light source, which is the window on the left that you can't see.
Okay, we have a question from Purple. How often do you clean the brushes when switching or mixing colors?
That's a good question. So I will tend to use brushes, like I kind of have two light brushes here. I have a shadow brush and I have my green brush. So I'm kind of keeping them for their specific purpose. And I sort of picked them also just based on the texture or the paint application that I can get out of them that I might want in those specific areas. So far I haven't really cleaned them much at all. Now, if I wanted to use the same brush for some reason for a completely different area, I might actually clean it. But also I have a lot of brushes. So sometimes if I want the same brush for a different area, I'll just grab a duplicate basically, or something similar, because I'll probably have something similar. And the thing with washing you're cleaning your brushes while you're painting is that it's kind of like cleaning in quotes, like you don't really clean it that well. I mean, and by the way, I'm off screen, sorry. But over here in the corner, you can't really see it, but I was mixing a green for the eucalyptus leaf behind this flower over here. It's a couple of little eucalyptus leaves back there, which are kind of nice because that gives a little bit more variation over in that left side corner, so that it's not all just a light shape on a dark shape, but you have some variety going on there. Yeah, so while you're painting, if you're cleaning a brush, you might just swish it in your Gamsol or in your turp or oil or whatever you're using, and that is, it's better, I guess, than just using a dirty brush, but it doesn't get it actually that clean. I mean, if you really want it to be clean, you'd have to wash it with soap, and of course, you're not going to do that in the middle of your painting. So you really do have to be very cognizant of what is on the brush, even if it might not be super obvious, because every time you dip your brush in your dirty Gamsol or in your dirty oil, you're bringing more contamination basically to your colors. Any little bit of that uh, mud essentially is going to um, desaturate your colors more and more. And sometimes you might want that, but you might not always want that. So you just have to be aware. So I hope that makes sense and answers your question. It's a good question. The answer is have a lot of brushes. But of course, that's something you can build up over time. And as you figure out which brushes you actually enjoy using and for what purposes. All right, I'm going to start cutting into these flowers here. Just using the negative shape, the area that I see behind the flower, to start to explain a little bit of the individual petals. I'm just looking for a different brush. Maybe this one. And this is where you can do a lot more fun stuff with your edges too. I was saying earlier in group coaching that if you have the same value or the same edge quality continuing on for too long, you're basically saying that the form that you're showing is flat, or that it just doesn't really have any dimension. So as you're taking these two shapes, the shape of the daisy and the shape of the background behind it, you really have to think about creating a variety um, through that transition all the way around. In some places it might be very clear, and in some places it's going to be a lot less clear. So you just have to stay aware and kind of cognizant of the fact that there has to be variety along that entire shape. You can't just do the same thing over and over again.
Okay, let's do another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Dylan is asking, what does Catherine think are the main advantages to drawing flowers? What skills are being used and honed? Besides them just being so awesome and cool to paint and draw, of course.
Well, of course they're awesome and cool to paint. Love that question. Well, I think I think flowers kind of demand a different kind of sensitivity compared to drawing portraits. Because of course, if you're drawing a portrait or a figure or whatever, there's a lot of like, I don't know, just standard knowledge or standard proportions or just standard construction or standard anatomy or whatever that you can fall back on to help you problem solve and figure it out. And nothing wrong with that, obviously. Already that's very difficult. I'm not saying that it's easy. But you don't necessarily have the same sort of straightforwardness, not straightforwardness, but you know what I mean. Every different flower that you draw is going to be different, and doesn't necessarily have the same kind of information or the same kind of structure as another one. So there's an extra degree of like care or sensitivity that you have to develop when you're drawing that, and they're hard to design too. I mean, obviously they already look pretty, that helps a lot, but they're so complicated. You really have to think about how you are selecting information that is important and what information you're going to choose to not make important. That's very difficult. um, and I think I have found anyway that painting flowers a lot, and especially painting flowers from life, you have to be very conscious of that three-dimensional form and how light responds to form, which is something that I talk about a lot. But I feel like I've learned about that so much from painting and observing flowers in a way that, I don't know, I think sometimes if you're focusing on the figure, it can be very distracting to um, want to get a good likeness of that person, or it can be very overwhelming to deal with all of the anatomy and everything. So that can sometimes maybe distract you from thinking about form or thinking about light. And light is everything. That's the whole reason that we're here, I think, at least me. It's the whole reason I'm here. Um, I'm out of Viridian, by the way, so don't do that. If you run out of a color, replenish it. You can't work properly if your materials are not, you know, adequate. It usually it makes me crazy when I see students do that if they run out of a color and they don't replenish it. So that was bad modeling of behavior by me. Apologize. Should replenish your palette when you run out of colors. That was a good question, Dylan. Thank you. Okay, moving right along here. I'm using a synthetic brush here, and I'll show you in a second. I'm mixing a really dark green for that foliage underneath the flowers. So here, I'll show you. I'm gonna use this edge of the brush to cut out some of the petal shapes there. And can you see how that naturally makes a sharp, or I'm sorry, it naturally makes a soft edge when you pull the brush that way. If I were to just pull the edge along the side of the brush, that would create a really sharp edge, which I can also show you maybe over here. So you see, using the side of the brush right there, that creates a really sharp edge. So just the way that you pull the brush, or which side or which edge of the brush you use, can change the quality of the edges that you create, so that you can have some variation and some variety without really doing a whole lot of work, just letting the brush do some of that work for you. So really important, I think, to be very understanding of your tools that you're using and how they work and what they want to do and what they don't want to do, so that you're using the proper brush, the proper tool for what you're trying to achieve.
I just see Dylan is commenting that his mind is being actively blown because painting is magic.
Thanks, Dylan. I think so too.
And we also have a oh, please go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, sometimes when I'm doing it, I'm like, this is decisively not magic. but I'm glad you think so, Dylan. Yeah, go ahead. Was there a question or something?
Yeah. So Clumsy Penguin is asking, what are your thoughts on using artificial flowers to study the anatomy and structure if you don't have readily available live flowers? I know this is, yeah, prepare, guys, prepare.
Check my pulse really quick. I can feel my blood pressure doing something. No, you can use artificial flowers. There's a lot of painters that use artificial flowers, I have discovered, and it kind of surprised me actually to find that out. I think if that is going to be the thing that kind of opens the door for you to do it, then sure, just do that. Absolutely. One thing to just be very aware of, though, is that often those artificial flowers, they don't really have the same kind of structure, like the correct structure, basically, for how the flower would actually grow. And it can be hard to tell that or notice that if you haven't worked with flowers a lot, like real flowers, natural flowers. So that's something to be aware of. Sometimes just how the flowers grow off of the stem, or how the leaves look, or whatever, can just be very different from how the flower would really grow in real life. And so if you're painting it that way, it can just be very obvious that you're painting a fake flower and not a real one. So I want to mention that. But I mean, people do it and do beautiful work with it. I think I just really like real flowers, so I would much rather have real flowers around than fake ones. But if you're gonna get fake ones, at the very least, get good quality ones. They, really nice, beautiful silk flowers you can get that are lovely and very well made and beautiful. So I would say at least invest in good quality silk flowers if you're not going to go the natural route. That's my response. But thank you for that question. I do hear that question a lot. It's a good question.
Clumsy Penguin says, "Thank you, Catherine. I'm sorry I triggered you."
No, it's okay. I appreciate the question. It's a good question. I mean, you know, something I kind of like about flowers and about having them around is that they are a real like little living thing, you know. So, like I've had these daisies for I guess since Monday. And this kind of flower lasts a long time. I haven't even bothered to put them in the refrigerator or anything, and they're still like pretty perky. But they do change a little bit over time. They've kind of like flattened out a little bit more. The colors of the little green centers have actually changed quite a bit. Um, uh, they just look different. They're little creatures, right? They're like living things. Um, I'm just looking for a brush. Sorry. Oh, yes. So as they hang out with you and you kind of observe them and watch them change, they do really cool things. You know, the daisies are not the most interesting one, but like roses, for example, I had some roses that I was uh, working with for a couple weeks, and really beautiful garden roses. They were super nice. But over the course of like 2 or 3 weeks, they really changed like a lot. The colors and the shapes. That's part of the fun, I think, is to watch how the flower changes as it ages. And you can you know, get some I don't know, interesting colors, more interesting, more nuanced, more specific, I think, looks out of that compared to something that is you know, not going to change basically. So anyway. Any other questions, Peter? Or else I'll just talk. I can talk.
Yeah, we do have questions.
All right, yeah, sure, go for it.
Let's see. We have Carolina is asking, where do you purchase your vases from? There are so many nice ones.
So yeah, a few different places. I don't think I showed it in SPF. Maybe I did, but I have a really beautiful like antique ceramic pot that came from Ukraine that I got on Etsy. I have some antique like Victorian vase situations that I think I also got on Etsy. Probably Etsy. I shop a lot on Etsy. And I really like to go to those antique malls. If you live in a town that has an antique mall, go check it out. It was a really good one I used to go to all the time in Tucson. It closed. It was such a bummer that it closed. Didn't really make it through the pandemic, but those places are great. You find not even necessarily like old stuff, but just random tchotchkes, like random fun things that can be really inspiring and not very expensive, and you know, add some you know, interesting dimension or counterpoints to a flower in a painting. So yeah, Etsy and antique malls, basically. So I hope that answers your question. Probably kind of obvious answer, but you know, hunt around, go on a little exploration to seek out stuff like that. And I think it helps before you invest in anything that's like kind of expensive. Because I mean, you can spend a lot of money on things like that. So before you actually pull the trigger on anything that is kind of expensive, you know, try just get a handle on what you think would actually really work in a painting without spending too much money, so that when you're shopping for vases to paint, you will have a better sense of what you specifically want. So I hope that helps, Carolina. Thank you for the question. I do have nice faces. I don't even paint them that much anymore because I mostly just want to paint the flowers these days. But it is nice if you want to paint a vase to have something that is like worthy of the painting, something that's really beautiful.
Okay, let's see here. Question from Raynox is, apart from painting flowers, is there any other subject matter that you enjoy painting?
Yes, I'm sure there is, if I think about it. Yeah, actually, you know what? It's kind of random, but I love to paint goldfish, or probably any kind of fish, but I seem to, if I'm going to paint fish, I'll paint a goldfish. I've done a lot of goldfish paintings, actually. I think that's really fun. It's a lot of really interesting, fun textures and colors, and you can paint lots of really fun, pretty highlights and stuff like that. So I get a kick out of that. I do enjoy painting portraits, actually. I don't want to make it sound like I'm totally like anti-figurative painting. I'm not. I think about, figurative concepts all the time when I'm painting flowers. So those are important things that you should all learn and practice, so you can paint flowers better. I'm kidding. But yeah, I do like to paint portraits, and actually eggs. I love to paint eggs randomly. I don't know. Lately, it's been mainly flowers. Um, uh, but yeah, there's usually like a couple of other little things that I kind of get excited about. And probably the two big ones are portraits and, for some reason, goldfish. Don't ask me to explain that one. But I hope that answers your question. It's kind of random.
Well, I think you have some supporters there. Russ says, "Yeah,
On
fish. I
goldfish?
make fish art as well."
Oh yay! There's dozens of us. Yeah, it's a really fun subject. I did paint a little bit of wildlife too, just not a whole lot, but I do like painting and drawing animals as well. It's not something that I really super dedicated a lot of time and effort to, but like um, rabbits especially. I love rabbits, and painting rabbits or hares. It's really fun. So yeah. Yeah, fish painters unite. We should have a fish painting club. It's my next demo.
That would be interesting. Ross has a question as well.
Peter is not on board. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'd be pretty excited to see some fish painting classes. Ross is asking, is there any routine to keeping the flowers alive for as long as you can? Do you keep them in the fridge, out of sunlight? Do you give them nutrient water?
Yeah, I'll mostly keep them in the refrigerator. These chrysanthemums are pretty hardy, so they don't really need it. They'll just last a long time on their own at room temperature. And some flowers will, just naturally be like that. You don't have to fuss with them too much. Like sunflowers, they'll just kind of hang out for a long time, and not change too much at room temperature. But for roses, or especially right now, we have a lot of spring flowers like ranunculus and daffodils and tulips and stuff like that. Those will do better if you put them in the refrigerator. I don't really like painting tulips, but yeah, if you were painting tulips and you wanted them to last longer, you definitely want to put them in the refrigerator. And then yeah, those little like packets of it's ascorbic acid or vitamin C that that come with the flowers, that really helps too. So definitely actually use those things. Put in a half in the vase when you first get the flowers home, and then you absolutely have to trim the bottom of the stems at least a couple inches so that they can take up water. If you don't do that, they'll just die anyway because they just won't be able to drink. So trim the stems, use that little packet of crystal stuff that comes with them, put them in the fridge, and then enjoy them while they last, because it doesn't last forever. So hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's super helpful.
Yeah.
Would you like another one, Catherine?
Sure, why not? Go for it.
So Dylan is asking, I have often heard people say that charcoal is more like learning painting than it is like learning drawing. Do you have any thoughts on this? What are some good ways to utilize charcoal to create more painterly sketches?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's definitely more like painting than any other drawing media that I can think of. I mean, it kind of depends on you know, the tips or the approach or whatever kind of depends on what specific charcoal medium you're using. So like, for example, I mostly, do I have one? I don't think so. I think they're all put away, but I mostly learned to draw with a charcoal pencil sharpened out to a long paper. And that has a painterly quality to it, basically, because you can create line variation depending on how you push and pull the pencil. The same way that if you're using a brush, you can also create, you know, line variation. Hang on a second. You can create a line variation by just, you know, your pressure or how you turn the brush, or if you twist the brush or whatever. You can create a lot of variety in the kind of line or shape that you make. So if you're using a charcoal pencil that is sharpened to a taper, you get access to a bit more of that kind of thinking of, you know, how do you orient the tool, or how do you pull or push the tool in order to get more variation out of it. So that is a painterly concept. If you're using fine charcoal, which I love, or willow charcoal or whatever, you get a more painterly feeling out of that because it's very movable, right? If you're using charcoal pencil, sometimes it you know, it goes on the paper, and that might be you know, interesting, but it won't necessarily move around a whole lot once it's on the paper. But if you're using a willow charcoal or a fine charcoal, you can literally paint with it. You can just take the material and just kind of, you know, mush it around and manipulate it, and pull it around and do stuff with it just the same way that you can with paint. So, you know, that's a much more painterly concept compared to drawing with like a ballpoint pen or a graphite pen or something like that. So yeah, I hope that answers your question for as well. It's probably my favorite drawing medium. At the same time, though, you know, you learn different things from different mediums. So you can learn a lot, for example, about form, or about really, really carefully observing value from things like graphite, for example, or you can learn a lot about contour and stuff like that using ink. So
Catherine,
all
I'm
of
so
those
sorry,
ideas.
if I can just interrupt you for a second.
Go ahead.
It seems like there's a little bit of a glitch on their end. Dylan's just going to go ahead and share this video back into Discord. So we're just going to pause for a moment. We don't want to keep you here forever. We know, like, it's late and you're tired. So it's just approaching 1:15. I'd like to give you the option, if you want to stay another 10 or 15 minutes. That would be so great. But you know, you've gone above and beyond for us. So
yeah, I can stay and kind of wrap up a little bit, and then, you know, say bye and sign off. Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. Thanks so much, Catherine.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. I know you're probably really tired too, right?
It's so good. Okay, and we're back, Catherine, so you can go ahead. Sorry for interrupting you before.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all. Hi. I don't know where I got cut off or anything, but I think I was saying just that, different mediums teach you different things. So, while you might, learn more like painterly kind of concepts from working with things like charcoal or pastel pencil or willow charcoal or whatever, you still have to think about all the other uh, uh, concepts that you would learn from focusing on other mediums too while you're painting. All those ideas still come into play, even if it might not be, so direct or obvious in how it does. So, hope that makes sense. All right. I'm gonna paint for maybe like 5 or 10 more minutes, folks. So if you have more questions, please fire away. My brain is like slowly turning off, so I might not talk that much if I don't have questions. So if you have questions, please ask.
Okay, Carolina is asking, when it comes to varnishing your paintings, what is your process?
Okay, good question. um, so varnishing. So first of all, you have to make sure that your painting is completely dry. And Carolina, I think you were in studio painting fundamentals, so you may have heard me talk about this before. But basically, you would uh, push your thumbprint into the paint really hard, and see if anything shifts or moves, or see if any paint comes back off of the surface. And if it does, then you have more waiting to do, basically. But if you don't see any change in the paint, or you don't feel any tackiness or anything, then it's probably dry enough to varnish. Then you want to make sure that you have good adhesion in all of your paint layers. Because if you don't have good adhesion, especially in that last layer of paint, then what happens is that the varnish will just basically merge into the paint, and it won't be possible to remove it. It's very important that your final varnish is reversible. Varnish is supposed to be basically like a sacrificial layer that collects dust and scratches and whatnot. And in order for someone to clean it, in order to remove all of that stuff, they have to be able to take off the varnish without taking off paint. Okay, so so you want to make sure that your paint has good adhesion. So you'll get like a little rag or paper towel or something, and put some solvent on that, like a odorless petroleum mineral spirits, or gum turpentine, or lavender spike oil, or something like that, and basically scrub a little inconspicuous corner of your painting, and then see if any paint comes off. So if you do that and you see that you're removing paint, and you'll be able to tell because you'll see pigment coming off on the rag, basically. And if you see that, that means that you probably don't have a good full adhered layer of paint in that final layer. So then what you would do, if that's the case, is that you would oil out the entire painting, which I think I also showed you how to do in studio painting fundamentals. So you would oil out the entire painting with like some cold pressed linseed oil, something like that, and then give it at least a few minutes to drink that in. And then any excess paint, or excuse me, any excess oil, you would then just remove off of the surface. Just wipe off any of the excess oil, and then you're going to wait for a couple days for it to dry. And that last layer of oil is going to help to bind any of the pigment in that last layer of paint that isn't completely adhered. And then once that last layer of oil is completely dry, then you can varnish. And I have opinions on this. I used to really like Gamvar varnish, which is the Gamblin brand picture varnish. but you have to brush that. And I've had some issues with it either beating up or drying a little bit tacky. It's great for a lot of reasons. It doesn't smell. You only need one layer. It dries very quickly. So all of those things are nice, but if your varnish beads up or if it doesn't completely dry, that's kind of a bummer, right? So I think I'm going to switch to using a spray varnish. And using a spray varnish is also a good idea if you are, again, if you're kind of nervous about your paint adhesion. You might have a better experience spraying the varnish rather than brushing it. So anyway, but I don't really have a spray varnish yet that I can recommend because I haven't really done that research or experimentation myself yet. Once you varnish your painting, whether you're spraying or brushing, put it in some kind of a box, like a shoe box or a box from Amazon, whatever, so that it can dry completely without getting any dust on it. Because if you get dust in the varnish while it's drying, you're going to have dust in your varnish. That's a bummer. Don't want that. So put it in a nice dust-free spot so that it can completely dry without any dust or pet hair or anything settling on it. And then you're done. You did it. And then always a really good idea on the back of the painting to note what kind of varnish you used and what kind of mediums you used in the painting, and also what pigments you used in the painting, and what the surface is. So that later, if someone's coming around wanting to clean your painting or do whatever to it, they understand what the composition of the painting is so that they can treat it properly. That's a good question, though. Thank you for the question.
Awesome. Manny would like to know if you could, maybe it's too late for this, but maybe if you could rank your favorite flowers from most favorite to least favorite.
Oh my God. Didn't I do this once in group coaching? Okay, favorite A1 garden rose. A specific garden rose I could probably even pick. You know what? I've never actually seen one in real life, but I really want to paint something called the Albrighton Rambler. Google it. It's a David Austin rose. They look really amazing. I want to paint them. So yeah, garden rose A1. A2 would just be like standard grocery store rose, just like your whatever swirly bob. It's still a rose. It's not that sophisticated, but like I'll take what I can get. If that's all that's available, like, all right, grocery store rose. Underneath that is probably actually daisies. I love daisies. Maybe on par with daisies are ranunculus. Ranunculus are so beautiful. Actually, I really wanted to do ranunculus for today, but they didn't have them, so that's a bummer. And maybe just slightly below ranunculus would be daffodils. Another favorite. And then somewhere way below daffodils would be sunflowers. Not a huge favorite. I like them, but it's definitely not my top tier flower. And then way below sunflowers are any kind of lily. I'm not a fan of lilies. Cal lilies or day lilies or anything like that. Just don't really like it. I'm sorry if you like lilies. It's just not my thing. And then somewhere like in the 7th circle of hell are the hydrangeas. I'm never gonna paint hydrangeas. That's just not my thing. So, and I'm sure I'm forgetting things, but those are kind of the big ones. So, does that answer your question, Manny?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Okay.
Why don't we
Yeah,
end with
I'm tired.
one
Go
funny
ahead.
question and
Oh, sure.
let's get out of here. You can
Yeah,
go
go
have
for
a
it,
go have a
please.
break, Catherine.
Okay.
So Russ is asking, aside from fake flowers, what are any controversial dramas that exist in the painting or in the flower painting world? What kind of hot takes?
Probably what I just did, actually. That's a pretty hot take. Oh man, you know what? This is not a hot take. Hang on. I'm sure I have one. Yeah, you know what? Hot take. Um, I I just don't like orchids. I think that's probably a pretty hot take. Um, they're they're really cool. They're super interesting. They have such cool shapes. Like they're amazing, but I just would never want to paint one. It just doesn't look fun to paint to me for some reason. It might be fun to draw, possibly. It might be like a really interesting ink sketch or graphite sketch even, but to paint it, it's like it doesn't have a painterly quality to me for some reason, even though I see people do beautiful orchid paintings. But it just doesn't inspire that in me for some reason. So I think that's a pretty hot take. I'm sorry, by the way, if you love orchids. And I probably have more. I hate tulips. I don't think that's a hot take though. Also, I would never paint a poppy. I mean, and that's just like self-preservation. That's not even like an opinion. I like poppies, but um, oh my God, they move around so much. You have to like cauterize the stems and they have all that like tissue paper petal stuff. Like, I just don't think I could handle it. I think I would lose my damn mind even more than I already have. So yeah, no poppies. Those are my hot takes.
That's great.
Oh, sorry. I guess I swore. Apologies. Sorry, everybody. My bad.
No, that's
Cool.
funny. They were wondering what your least favorite flowers would be, so we have a little more insight into Catherine now. And on that crazy note, I just want to say, Catherine, you're an absolute trooper. Thank you
Oh,
so
thank
much
you.
for
You are
being here
too,
with us.
Peter. Thank you. Thank you.
And yeah, we're all just so happy that you're able to stick it out with us. And thank you to all the students as well, and everybody tuning in today, and bearing with us with all our tech issues. But we got there in the end, right, Catherine?
We did. Yes. Yes. It's famous last words. As soon as we say anything's going to be easy, it's like kiss of death. But we made it. It's all good.
Okay, awesome. So we're gonna end here, guys. Yeah, just once again, thanks so much, Catherine.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And thank you for your very intelligent, thoughtful questions. Really appreciate it. Have a good one.
All right. I want to say once again, thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Peter, for that fantastic demonstration. One more time, thank you, everybody that in. If you tuned in the entire day, you are a trooper. You're fantastic. We love you. We really appreciate you. If you tune in sometime during the day, you're all right. You know, you're also great. Thank you so much for everybody that hung out this entire day and for participating, asking fantastic questions, hanging out with the TAs, instructors, and Chad and the YouTube stream. We have some parting words. This is from Natalie. This is coming from the heart. This is coming from our heart as well. So thank you. This concludes the New Master Academy's World Art Day 2023 live celebration. Thank you all once again. Thank you all our amazing artists who join us and share their valuable insights with us. We hope you enjoyed the event and were inspired by the creativity and passion of our guests. Remember to keep celebrating art every day and to keep creating. Thank you and good night. So I hope everybody has a good rest of the evening and a good rest of the weekend. Bye-bye.